What's up, gamers? How's it going? Welcome in. Also, Little Paper Astro, if I said that right. Thank you for the follow. How's everybody doing? Trying to get started in just a minute. I want to work on the coral reef zone today, so we'll try and get that going. We're gonna try finish it today. I don't know. I mean, not like fully finished. It's not like we're gonna get everything done, but I would love to get it in a playable state today. Because I need to get this update soon so we can start doing some play testing and make sure everything works. So hopefully we can do that. Hold on, I can't read it on here. It gets cut off. I don't want to jinx it, but I got a pretty good run on Noita. Oh yeah. Let's go. I still need to play that game. I'm pretty sure I bought it. Go check. Noita, yes, I do have it, and it's even installed. So, I don't know. Maybe we'll stream the game. If you guys want to see a Noita stream, it'd be pretty crazy. So, Enrico, welcome in. How's it going? Zefencer, welcome in. How's everybody doing? I've been doing some research on corals. There's a lot of different kinds of coral. So it's hard to decide what corals I want to draw. But I think some of the classics, brain coral, tube coral, fire coral, would probably be fine. There's also what is it, bubble coral? It looks like bubbles. So maybe we'll do that too. It's gonna be under the water, so it doesn't like matter a whole bunch, but you know, we'll figure it out. I want to see you rage. Is it like a rage-inducing game? I don't know. Well, we can. I'll try. Anyways, let's get started. So here's coral. Tube coral. You know, this guy. Fire coral. We'll do it as red. So we're going to make all these corals. These are brain corals. They look like brains. It's nothing better than watching someone rage in a video game, yeah. Watching somebody rage is fun, but not the raging itself. So, I'll be fine, totally. That's not real, right? I don't know, it looks fake. But yeah, we'll draw one of these guys. So, let's go ahead and get into it. So I think all of the aquarium stuff is finally set up, or like the building stuff. I do need to add like decorations into the laboratory. So I did set up some code so that you can actually see your researchers in there now. Let me load up the game and show you guys. Eventually this will go someday. Someday it'll load up. Okay. So now you can see all the researchers over here. I had to create a researcher outfit. It works okay. It's a little broken on the character though, so I don't know exactly what I'm gonna do about that. Because when you set it to have like a color, it changes the color of the shirt or whatever. There might be a way for me to fix that, I think. Because for this, I used a specific color. So I think I could just change the color on that, and so it just stays white always, regardless of the color you choose. Because it's sort of set up so you can change your pants colors underneath it. We'll look into that. It looks a little broken when you wear other items of clothing, but that's okay. Any plans for moray eels? Yeah, I think moray eels. Those guys are coral reef dwellers, so we could totally add those in. I want to have a nice mix of small and big guys, so we're gonna do the classics, you know, like clownfish and all that. And we could totally do this guy too. And then I also want to add in some enormous guys. We'll probably have our new largest fish in the game, the whale shark. Because I think typically they live in coral reef areas, as far as I know. But we'll double check on that. I think they're like coastal. Let's go see what their habitat is. Say, David Huffman, welcome in. How's it going? Open waters of all tropical oceans. So I guess that does not include a coral reef. Well, we'll figure it out. I'll probably just put them in the coral reef. I know they do go to coral reefs sometimes, so... Live in coral reefs. Yeah, coral reefs thrive. I know that they do live in coral reefs. I guess coral reefs technically are open ocean or whatever. It's not like right on the shore. Yeah, found around coral reefs. So we'll add them in the coral reef. Oh yeah, sea turtles. I'm pretty sure those guys are similar, where they're in like tropical. They probably live in coral reefs. Coral reefs are insane how many different kinds of fish there are there. It's pretty wild. Only in the waters of Australia? But Australia has the massive, you know, coral reef, so... Also evidence... Habitat. They spend most of the time in the pelagic zone, which is interesting. So... that would put them in the regular ocean zone and not the coral reef. Which is interesting. But also over continental shelves, which is typically where coral reefs are. Oh, during the first 5 years of life. It moves closer to the shore once it becomes an adult. So they probably do hang around coral reefs, I imagine. The thing is like coral reefs are like such a rare... Like there's not that much area in the ocean that is a coral reef, right? So that's the thing. Like, but it's insane how many fish are around them. There's like, I could count like 20 different species just off the top of my head that live in coral reefs, you know? I can also do some stuff like sea cucumbers. Yeah, those guys are going to be sort of like our crab pot fish, like the bottom dwellers. Sea cucumbers, right? They just live on the ground. So those guys for sure. And then we've also got sea urchins. Yo, Nick Jack, thank you so much for the sub. Oh, sometimes it goes, sometimes it doesn't. Thank you very much. Man, 24 months. That's 2 years now. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Yeah, I guess because of the intensive reef fishing, most of these habitats are being put in danger. Yeah. Well, I think the big thing, too, is global warming, because coral reefs are extremely sensitive to, like, pH levels and also temperature. And so I believe their primary threat right now is the acidification of the oceans. Because there's more carbon dioxide in the air, and carbon dioxide slowly converts into carbonic acid into the ocean. So the ocean's pHs are becoming more acidic, right? And that's really hard for coral reefs because they're, you know, built out of minerals. And so if the ocean is acidic, it like breaks down, you know, like acid destroys minerals, right? Like if you think of like, if you live anywhere that has like hard water, you've got to scrub off hard water off the walls of your tub and stuff with like acidic cleaner. That's basically what's happening to the coral, right? Which is pretty unfortunate. It's not looking good for coral. We'll add it into the game. And I'm sure overfishing and stuff is a big contributing factor too. No problem. How you doing? Doing pretty good. Sorry we did start pretty late today. Then I have to get all these appointments and stuff set up. I went to the optometrist because I have a little funny thing in my eye. Not really a major problem or anything. I guess what it is that there's like a tiny hole in my vitreous jelly or whatever in my eyeball, and so it causes like it's like putting pressure on my retina when I move my eye, so I see like a little flash of like a ring. But apparently it's pretty common and normal, and it'll probably just go away by itself. But I still want to go in to see a retinal specialist just to make sure everything's fine. Yeah, it's sad to see as we can't do much about it on our own. Yeah, it's frustrating. Yeah, spread awareness. I definitely think it's helpful to like, I don't know how I would, I mean, I don't want to make the game just all about, I mean, I guess if you think about it, the game is pretty bad. Like you're going to these zones, like especially like a coral reef where you're not really supposed to fish there, and fishing and taking the fish out of their habitats, so it's kind of bad. But you know, it's a game. We have to have some gameplay. But yeah, it is really unfortunate. I mean, I try and be as best as I possibly can, you know, in terms of being good for the environment, right? It does get to a point, though, where honestly it is kind of hard to be any more clean and or whatever, like not contributing to climate change. But I think also at a certain point, it's kind of like a factor of money. Like I can't afford an electric car. So that's kind of out as like an option for me to help, right? I recycle, but apparently recycling is like not as good as people think it is. So that sucks. I don't think, like, I looked at like my recycling, you know, website and stuff, like what's even allowed, and it's like ultra specific things, like aluminum cans, like one type of plastic, and so there's so much, all of this stuff that I just have to throw away because they just don't recycle it. It's pretty unfortunate. But sounds expensive. Yeah, it's probably gonna be pretty expensive. I bet just the visit to the optometrist was probably gonna be like $500. Because our insurance does not have like vision, which is stupid. But if it is like a medical issue, then it'll probably get covered by insurance. But otherwise, I bet it's gonna be like, oof, I don't know, at least $1,000 for all of it, maybe upwards of 2,000. Who knows? That's just how it goes. Problems that the super rich pay to be able to pollute more and more. I mean, it's, yeah, like, it's always insane to think, like, people will run an entire jet, a private jet, just to get around a little bit faster than car. Like, stuff like that, I don't know how that's, like, allowed. I don't know, man. Yeah, right, like, that's the thing, like, if you actually had money, you could do so much more to make a positive impact on the environment. There are, like, some websites and stuff that let you pay per month to offset your carbon footprint, which is neat and all, but I just don't have any money. I can't afford anything. So, I don't know. But one day, if I get more money. Trying to do the right thing is always the best thing. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing too, is that it's the collective, right? Like, no one individual person is going to make an impact, but if everybody contributes toward making an impact, then we can. So that's the important thing. Because although one billionaire can easily offset all of your recycling that you've ever done your entire life with like one jet trip, when, you know, it's the combined efforts of hundreds of millions of people, then it's significantly better. My landlady checks my garbage now so she doesn't get fined. Oh, yeah. Oh, do you guys get fined for not recycling? That's kind of good. Only what a consumer can do. I mean, yeah, I think at the end of the day, it really is like a policy thing. Policy is always the best way to deal with problems like that. You know, and I have seen some good changes in recent years where I live and stuff. Like now, excuse me. Sorry, I should have like gone away from the mic more. It probably didn't even pick up. But like, for example, now you can't buy plastic bags at the grocery store anymore. They're banned, which is good because, I mean, they're bad for the environment to produce, but also they just leave trash everywhere because they blow away and people throw them out of their cars. So it's just a, like, you know, it's a mess. So those are banned, which is great. It used to be where you just had to pay for them, but now you can't buy them at all. I don't think. Because I only ever see paper bags everywhere now, which is so much better because paper just dissolves away and it's nothing. So I'm glad about that. But yeah, I hope changes like that keep getting made. I think one of the biggest like problems, I think, is just, I mean, yeah, our use of plastic is pretty terrible. I think something I still see so much of that's like clearly bad is single-use plastics, you know? Stuff like just plastic containers for food and all this stuff. Like, it's just, we really should pack those in better materials. There's a lot of like packing in cardboard and stuff like that is always good. I mean, it doesn't work for everything because cardboard obviously doesn't handle moisture very well. I think that's like the main battle with packaging food, because it's wet and moisture will just destroy the cardboard. So it's hard. Yeah, I don't know. There's probably like material engineers working on problems like that, you know? How do you pack a wet substance in a environmentally safe material that isn't going to be too expensive? But hopefully we'll figure it out. Yeah, in Italy we do. Yeah, that's cool. I wish the US was a little more... I mean, at least state legislation is pretty good most of the time in adapting to things. But it should have already happened a long time ago. I think that's the worst thing is that they say when a lot of plastic can be recycled. Yeah, like that's the thing. It's kind of like, it's unfortunate, but recycling is sort of like a myth in a way. Like there are things that are super recyclable, of course. Like glass and aluminum are extremely recyclable because all you have to do to recycle them is just melt them down and they're just normal again. Like there's no loss in quality during the recycling process. The only loss you get really of materials is just like with aluminum, you have to scrape off slag. And I imagine it's a similar process with like recycling glass. But glass also is one of those things where you can just clean it and reuse it. You don't even have to like melt it down or reprocess it, right? So glass is a really great material. I wish we did more glass. I know it's heavy and expensive, but thank you for the hydrate. I was actually on my way to bed when you started. Ah, yeah, no worries. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night. But yeah, it's unfortunate though. Plastic is not super... I mean, it can be recycled, but The problem with plastic is when you try and recycle it, it loses strength, right? So typically, the only way to properly recycle it in a practical form is to just mix it in with new plastic. It's still better than not doing that, but, you know, the problem is just creating new plastic. We should just stop using plastic. I don't know. There are a lot of new materials to solve plastic problems with bamboo plastic. Yeah, stuff like that is always good. But see, yeah, this is the problem, is that the reason they aren't used is probably cost, right? Like, I'm sure there's, yeah, materials like that and stuff would help lots, but it's just sort of a case of, like, companies are not going to use eco-friendly materials unless there's a financial incentive to do so, right? Which, yeah. Either somebody figures out the secret and makes a super cheap eco-friendly material, or they add like extra like government fines and stuff onto using non-eco-friendly materials. So it kind of cycles back to legislature stuff again. But still, knowing that there's a plastic island in the middle of the ocean, yeah, that's insane. The Pacific patch, the Pacific garbage patch or whatever. I mean, it's not like a solid island. I think that's kind of a common misconception. People think it's like literally this. But it's like an area with an extremely high relative concentration of plastics in the water, right? And there are patches like this. They're not like the size of a country, but still, even just that it sucks. And there's multiple of them, because there's like these points in the water where there's like kind of like dead zones, I guess. Things get pushed in there, but it's pretty terrible. Yeah, it sucks because I don't want to use plastic, but I don't have any other choice, because everything is in plastic, you know? Like, if I don't use plastic, then how would I do anything? You can't even buy, like, lettuce at the grocery store without it being in a plastic bag, right? So I don't know. It's really hard as a consumer to avoid plastic. It's, like, I do, like, at home and stuff, I don't consume water bottles and things like that. Like, I cut out any plastic that I can, but it's just, I don't know. You can't buy things without it being in plastic, so it sucks. It comes down to consumers, people. For example, my country, people order. I mean, that is a big thing too. I think though, like, I definitely would order stuff that's not in plastic. I just don't have the option to, which is like, that's the problem, right? Because I definitely like what consumers buy matters. But it's also it's just a matter of whether the company can make profit, right? Like, if I was a company and, you know, I was selling a product, I had the choice of selling it in a cheap plastic or an expensive eco-friendly material, you know, it's like, what are you gonna do? Because if you try and pack it in like a really expensive material, you have to increase the cost of your product. And you're probably going to end up shooting yourself in the foot. So it's just a complicated situation. I don't think you can just say that there's like one side of it that needs to be fixed, because it really is a combination of everything. I think consumers can help, you know, support the eco-friendly things. But also, there needs to be some work done definitely on the side of companies and like governments to ban the most, you know, problematic contributors to pollution and climate change. Anyways, not to get all make the whole stream a political commentary. Let's actually make some games, guys. So I'm just gonna copy the ocean zone, I think. We'll duplicate this, call it region Coral Reef. And here we go. By the way, you have a pretty cool mustache. Thank you, I appreciate it, yeah. I've noticed it hasn't really gotten any longer anymore. I think it's kind of stopped growing, which is interesting. It's like my mustache hair has like a limit on how long it can get. So, I don't think I'll ever attain the status of hypnotic. But that's okay. Alright, so we got the water here. Then we're gonna go into global. Or actually the region's stable. We go copy the ocean. I might possibly do a sort of rebalance of the prices on everything here. Because it's starting to kind of ramp up a lot. Like now traveling to the Coral Reef, it would cost $10 million. I don't know. I need to do some play testing and make sure everything feels fine. Actually, wait, is this 100K? Okay, it only cost $1 million. I mean, that feels like pretty reasonable once you're at that spot in the game. I don't know. It's hard to say. I'll have to like test it. Also, with like synergies and stuff now, that will increase the amount of money you can make, so it might not be too bad. Okay, then this will require LI research. Coral Reef. We'll go add that research. I can't even grow that if I try. Yeah, it's genetics. Some people have like an insane ability to grow like a full, like, you know, filled in beard. I mean, I probably could grow like a okay full beard, but some people it's like 2 days go by and they have like a massive beard. And it's like, man, that's crazy. Probably take a long time for anything I ever grew to fill in. So that one costs 4,000. Fishing region. Okay, we'll have to draw the icon for it. We'll do that later. Let's just go see if I can even travel there. Yeah, I'd say that the price should in part depend on how much you get from the fish in the new region. Yeah. And it's pretty much set up that way. I mean, whenever you go to a new zone, the fish double in price every time. So like 1 here, 2, 4, 8, 16, and then you multiply that by also like your marketing research and everything, right? So by that point in the game, you have a bunch of merchandise and advertising purchased. Like, I don't think it feels like a completely impractical price. Where did I put the research? Ooh. Hold on. Oh, I said it's required IDs itself for some reason. Let's make it require the ocean. Did not notice while playing the demo? Pretty cool to know. Oh, with the... Did you not know about the upgrades and stuff? Is that the part you're saying you didn't realize? Okay, so now the research is over here. Oh, it needs to require the jungle, not the... Whoopsies. Oh, about the value doubling. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I just have it set to just a simple formula, right? Where it's just every region is double the amount. Though I think I kind of want to maybe rework the balancing of the game a lot, especially before launch, because I don't want people hitting the 64-bit integer limit. I still don't think we're anywhere close to there, but some people have said it felt a little silly, you know, getting up to like $1 trillion and stuff. I don't know. I mean, it's just kind of how it goes in incremental games, you know. You eventually hit a spot like that where you're going to be super rich, but we'll see. We'll decide if we want to actually make a change there. So I think for this zone, the ocean has like this little effect where the boat and stuff moves around. Funny enough, I don't actually move the boat. I just move the camera. So it just makes it look like everything is wobbling, but it's fake. But I don't think we'll do that in the coral reef because it's not like the big wide open ocean. It's more of like closer to the shore. So I think it would make sense for it to not be as dramatically chaotic. So with design, the harder it is to break. Yeah, it's true. All right, so we are in the coral reef here. There's not any fish that we can catch here, so I don't know what's going to happen if we fish. It might just, like, crash. I don't know. It probably will. Let's just wait 2 seconds. Wait, go. Yeah, it just dies because it can't find a fish. It's not a problem. We'll start adding in some soon. But yeah, what we're gonna do here is let's hide the water region. So we have this like water layer. We're gonna do a couple other things here. I need to add like a sand tile in here. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna select this and copy this material and put it in here. Paste is unique. So this is going to have, instead of the grass material, I want to do... We have the sand texture that I made a really long time ago and then ended up not using. But now this is actually a perfect opportunity to use it again. So, very cool. Effort not wasted, right? So let's just go add another tile here. 16... Boom. And now we can put sand down. So I'm going to select the sand. No scattering needed. Big sand, right? Now that's putting it above the water for some reason. I thought normally these are set to be much lower. Like, let's go look at like the pond. It might have another tile map inside of it. Yeah, it does. That's fine, then we'll do the same thing here. I'm just going to paste this in then. Copy. I don't know why it's not pasting. There it goes. I had to do it manually for some reason. All right, and then this pond bed would be... Are these all using a different tile set or something? I think they are. I'm going to save... I need to save all these tile sets and make it use the same one. Let's go into the jungle region. Because this one is like fully set up with stuff. I don't know why it doesn't have that stuff set up though. Oh, did I never... This is weird. Okay. I need to save this as a... I don't know why there's two different tile sets here. Yeah, game design is pretty cool if you know how to do it. Yeah, it is. It is a whole thing. Game design definitely, like, as time goes on and make more games, is like the biggest like challenge, right? So I need to get better at it. Let's just call this region tile set. All right, now we're gonna set this one up, hopefully. These are all weird here. The seafloor ones. I don't think I set any stuff on those, so that should be it there. Let's see if this works. I'm gonna go put region tile set onto here. Okay, everything's fine. So yeah, we're gonna use the same standard tile set everywhere now, because before it was a little bit broken. Or I used two different ones for some reason. I don't know why. I'm gonna copy this, paste as unique. I have to do the same thing again. I'm burning up, guys. Alexa, fan on! Okay. So we got the sand now. We can go back into here. Use the region tile set, please. And see, this one has its own too. It's like, what's going on? All right, we should be good though. Now I can sand it up. Go, look at that sand. I guess we'll do sand. I mean, if you look at the bottom of like a coral reef area, I was looking at the Minecraft coral reef just because it's convenient. Oops, coral reef. It seems like usually they're in pretty sandy areas. It's hard to actually see the ground in coral reefs because there's just so much coral. But when you can, like, you can see there's sand. So I think we'll just do sand. The other places it makes sense is like gravel or whatever because it's like a freshwater area. There's probably not really that much sand at the bottom. But lots of sand in coral reefs, so it makes sense, I think. And we're going to add 1 billion pieces of coral all over, so you're not even going to really see the sand anyways. And I'll just call this water bed instead of pond bed or whatever. Okay. Let's go through all these and make sure that it's using the same region tile set thing now. I don't like having like all these other resources. They all have to be loaded in individually, right? Which is not good. Because it's got to load this variant, then this variant, and I think it inflates the size of our game. And also just the load time for it, right? So we want region tile set. Region. Oops. Region tile set. There we go. Do you ever add Easter eggs outside of the camera locked on the fishing area? I haven't yet, but it would be fun to. Honestly, with development of this game so far, it's just been so like focused, which is good. I'm glad that it has been. I feel like everything that I work on is like permanent and final and done. And so I'm not really usually going back or spending time adding in things that aren't like 100% needed, right? But I could totally see doing that later on. I'm definitely not planning on like abandoning the game after launch. You know, I'm going to be working on post-launch updates and stuff like that, so I could see for sure going through and doing that. So maybe we will. We'll figure out like what direction we want to take with post-launch updates and stuff after launch, but I think it's finally would be like a time to just add in little goofy features like that. So, all right, so I do want to put a shadow down for the boat over here, just so it looks like you're actually floating in the water. But I guess it's time to start adding in coral. So sprite 2D. And we got to go draw a bunch of coral. So we'll do like 32 by 32. What coral do we want to draw first? So the new world on YouTube. Welcome in. How's it going? Fire coral looks like it's pretty easy to draw. Let's do one of these guys though. The tube coral. We'll do like this guy. It's like magenta purple guy. Purple guy. Sorry, I'm brain routed, guys. I'm sure tube coral is just like one class of coral, and there's probably a bunch of different variants of tube coral, but we'll just do one for now. We'll do whatever this guy is. Okay. I got an image here. I can't for my life draw anything, that's why I stick to QA. At least there, if I break stuff, that's good. That's true, that's true. Yeah, drawing is hard. It takes a lot of practice, you know? Before really working on this game and Starground and stuff like that, I spent a lot of time doing pixel art commissions, and that was a big help in like getting some practice for drawing, for sure. It does get a lot easier, I think, as you just do it more. It's just like any other skill, where it's just a matter of how much time do you put into it, right? So... I feel like something like about like this. Then we'll go through and render out the actual, you know, pieces. And then these. Something like that. Then we gotta do some, like, you know, some of these are behind other pieces and stuff. I think this one would be behind that one. I don't know, once you get in here, it's hard to tell which is behind what. This would also have a hole here. Some of that. Guess like that. No, I think I want that to be visible there. It's almost like that, I think. Are you looking at Minecraft Coral Sprites by any chance? I did take a look at those a minute ago, but I'm just sort of eyeballing it. Well, not eyeballing it, but I'm just looking at a real image of tube coral and kind of basing it around that. I try and usually avoid looking at other games as reference for sprites, because I think then oftentimes you end up just kind of replicating that game's art style, you know, and I don't really want to do that. So usually when I'm looking at reference, I'm looking at a real world image of something, because then I'm getting sort of like an unbiased look at it, if that makes sense, right? Because I'm just sort of like replicating it in my own style, which is going to fit the game better. It looks sort of like this. Typically they're purple, I think. Let's do this. I know this is more magenta, but it's fine. And they do have lots of little, like, they sort of have like an orange peel texture. So we'll fill that out in a minute. Just setting up the anti-aliasing. Okay. I'm not an artist, so for my game I bought an asset pack, which I like very much. Tried drawing, but it's just not my thing. That's fair. I mean, that's what asset packs are for, right? So. Oops. Fix that. Drawing is hard. Sometimes you do sort of have to make a decision of, like, how thin are you going to spread yourself with stuff, you know? Like, you could spend the time to learn how to draw, but if you're also doing the programming and sound and everything else at the same time, then it's kind of like, you know, hard to manage. I have decided to learn how to draw and draw stuff, but doesn't mean that's easy. I don't like how that looks long. Let's do that. Oops, we got a section. Okay, so we got this. This will be fine. It's hard to draw some of this stuff with, like, perspective, because, like, these might be, like, coming toward the camera or whatever down here. It's fine. You know, I'm not going to worry too much about each individual coral, because I think the idea here is that it's just the, right, it's like the combination of all of them is what makes this look interesting. So each individual coral does not have to be, like, drawn so perfectly, because they're all going to be obscured underneath water anyways. That's another thing about drawing, is kind of like knowing when it's worth it to actually like detail something out. And in this case, I just don't really think it is. So you guys will see. It's not going to matter. Go through and do some outline stuff, but yeah, I'll do that and go through and fix a couple spots. Maybe like some stuff in here. And that's pretty much good enough. I might do a couple like spots around here. True, and like this, everything is actually yours in the game, yeah. That is one reason I really like drawing my own stuff and doing all the art and everything. Because I now own all of this stuff. Like if I wanted to, I can just reuse this in another game whenever I feel like it, right? So that's one thing that's very nice. So there's no rules, because I own the rules. Oops. Alright, so we got a tube coral. And these are going to be placed below the water. The water is at ordering minus 100, so this is going to be at minus 105 or something. So we're going to scatter a bunch of these corals around. And there's something that we can do, just as a little trick, to make these look more unique. I'll show you guys what that is. It's very easy. I'm just kind of clustering them, right? And we'll go through and cluster up other types of coral here. This is just one coral. So I'm just going to kind of randomly pick half of these. Oops, I messed it up. You got to be careful not to click too fast. I could do this with a script, but I don't want to make the game slower. So I take all those, and then I'm going to flip them. I'm going to make them a slightly different scale. And then I'm going to go through again, just kind of random because I'm not paying attention. And I'm going to increase the scale of these ones. So now there's a lot more variation just out of flipping them and scaling them a tiny bit. So that's good enough for the first type of coral. Then we can go through and add more. We can do the fire coral. I think 3 variations should give us a pretty good variety. For all I know, that coral could be a candle in a future game. It's true, it could be, it could be. You never know. Sometimes it is hard to mix assets because every asset has its own like color palette and stuff, you know, every game. So it's not always something that I'm able to do reliably. But if I really want to, or if there is one asset that does work, then I have the ability to. Right? That's the important thing, is freedom. Let's do a fire coral. So this guy is kind of like this. Very corally. So something like that. We'll just start it off with like a main like stem down here. And it'll kind of come up and do stuff. So it branches off into other segments. All right. And some of these branch pretty early. More branching, more branching. Okay. Looks like coral, pretty much. We can just kind of keep tweaking these textures a little bit here. It's basically just a tree, if you think about it. All right, we're gonna add way more textures to these. You can put these corals as decorations in tanks. Yeah, like I could do that. I actually, that was kind of came to my mind just a minute ago where I'm like, well, you know, if I am drawing all these, why not just make all of the coral decorations you can place down too, right? So I probably will do that just because if we have the sprites already, and I think they're about the right resolution for the tanks too. So I do think that we could do that. So I think this is sort of how this coral looks, where it's got like a lot of little tiny bright nubs. Especially on these like smaller areas. It really is a tree when you think about it. The tree of the ocean. Then you ask, do you have any tips on how to fill empty areas or decorations? Currently, this is my biggest problem. How can I fill an empty area when I have all the buildings and layouts done? Yeah, it can definitely be difficult. That's like, I think, one of the hardest parts about creating an environment is making it like feel like it's got stuff in it without going overboard and like making it like annoying to look at, you know? Because it really is a fine line that you have to tread, where if you do way too much detail, then it just starts to look ugly. So I think something that I always do for that tends to help is like, you have to have different like tiers of size with stuff. So if we look at like, let's just look at a room. Like, let's look at an image of a bedroom, right? The thing that you see here is there's different tiers of scale. So you have like the really big objects that kind of act as like the focal points, like a bed or a dresser, right? And I think those like help fill in the really big gaps, but then you have like another layer to that, which is all the like medium-sized objects, right? Might be like a plant or a lamp or all these little random, like a little stool. And then you have a third tier to that, which is like the clutter, like a pen or a cup or a little vent or something, the very tiny things. So I think that's like an important thing. It's like this aspect of like layering scale. I think it's just a good way to draw anything. So like, for example, I sort of almost did that here in a way for this coral. I probably want to change the look of this coral a bit more, but the idea here is that you start with like the big structural stuff, then you go medium, and then the tiny stuff after. And I think you could apply that same concept to decorating things too. So if we look at like, I don't know if Lurden is necessarily a great example of that, but if you look at this building, we have like the really large structural things in place, right? Like you have these rooms, I feel like, that kind of give this like a shape. And then honestly, with the addition of the large tanks, that's one of the reasons I added them in, because I think it really helps fill out the aquarium more. So now you have this like middle tier of things that aren't as big as the rooms, but still pretty big. Same with like the stairs and the desk. And then I would say the individual decoration spots and stuff act as like the small detail bits. So I would think about it in that case of like how you would design stuff. So let's say that we were going to design a, like, what kind of environment, right? I don't know. What kind of room would we be designing here? Let's say we're designing like, could be anything, literally. I don't know, an office building or something, right? So you're going to start off with the room. Then the next thing I would think about is like, I don't know, it is hard. I'm not going to lie. I'm not great at it. I think still something I want to improve on. But at least this is just, I feel like, the right idea. It has helped me design stuff. I mean, whenever, you know, I run into stuff like this, I think the most important thing is reference, right? Do you have a specific, like, area that you're designing in your project? Because I can kind of go through how I would specifically do that. That would probably be easier for me right now. So, hey, K-Mac, thank you so much for the cheese time. Welcome in. Let's go finish up this coral really quick. Okay, just gotta outline everything. It'll take 2 years. Oops. 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 Oh my god, I can't do anything. Okay, fill all this in. It's hard to outline this because it's got so much stuff going on. I'll probably go through a lot of these little bright sections and change the color up a bit. Room metaphor is huge, not gonna lie. Kind of hit me with the same analogy a few months back when I was asking about the tile set I put together. Yeah. Yeah, I do think it's the right idea to think about things. Where it's like layering scale together, right? Because I've noticed that before where if you draw everything in at the super detailed resolution or whatever, or size, it just looks like noise, right? But if you have like, I think that literally goes for a lot of things. Like even like think about drawing like mountains, for example, right? Where if you just draw in, like if I was going to draw some mountains, I don't want to draw just like every single little detail in the mountains at the beginning, because I think it looks too like the same and monotonous. Or like if I was I'm not gonna do this to draw some mountains and make everything super mountainous and spiky, like there's a peak every 2 feet, because that doesn't look like mountains. Mountains is like you have like the big pieces of the mountain and then like the medium bits, right? And then you like go in and fill in like the little tiny details and stuff, right? Like maybe there's a section here or something. I think that's, you can go about drawing stuff like that with almost literally anything, right? I feel like. Because I think this makes this mountain look a lot more interesting when it's got like that vibe to it. Too much detail is bad, but if it's just big detail, then that's also bad because it just looks really boring like this, right? So it's the having all three of them, I think, is important. Thinking about stuff without a base idea is hard, but what you said is true. If you have an idea of what to do, you just gotta separate the things and make big problems into small ones. Yeah, man, the more I think about it, the more I realize how that relates to everything ever. Like, it's the same with, like, programming. It's the same concept where you break things, big things up into smaller problems, you know? It's like that with everything. It's kind of crazy. You could say the same thing about like gameplay mechanics, where you've got to have like the big overarching systems, but then also it's a really good idea to flesh out those systems with like smaller parts, right? So like, for example, with like Lured In, like, yeah, I manage the aquarium and stuff, or like you can go fishing, but you've also got to have the little helper features and mechanics. I feel like the synergy system will be a really nice thing for that. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. It really can apply to so many different things. Whew. Okay, so now I'm probably going to change all these colors because I don't like them anymore. Honestly, I kind of like it just not being bright like that. I feel like that actually looks better, so I'm probably going to do that. I'm realizing I don't like these little diagonal pieces, so I think I might go through and kind of change those up. That one's okay, but also these single pinhole like pixel outlines are bad. Typically, whenever that happens, I get rid of them because it just looks too distracting. Fix that guy. I feel like that's pretty good though. And what I'll do probably instead then is kind of just like highlight certain areas of this coral, right? Like this section or up here. Let me go look at fire coral again just to make sure I'm doing it normal. Because it is going to be affected by lighting. So yeah, I think we're on the right track. I'll probably have some like, right, like it is a tree. Fire coral is a tree, guys. Who knew? It's just the tree of the ocean. Yeah, I'm currently designing a village. My problem is the areas between the houses or buildings. It can't all be trees or stones. And also it can't be quest and decor. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I feel like that's good to know, because that gives me sort of an idea then of how I would take that, right? So yeah, with something like that, it's... I think absolutely the thing I mentioned applies. So if we look at, like, let's go look at a... right, medieval village. And honestly, just look at things. Look at reference images, because that really helps you understand how to design stuff. So like, this is a good reference. I know it's in a game, but... And these are more like clustered, like tight villages. You're probably thinking something more small scale or something. I imagine almost like... let's look up small village. Probably more like this or something, right? Where it's more like spread out. Let's snooze that ad. Or like this, maybe. But looking at these images, right? So you got the big buildings. They take up the large chunks of your space, right? Then I would just think about like medium tier objects that you could place around. And it's good just like get a bunch of assets together, and because I think you were the one that said you were using the asset packs. So if you look around, there's a lot of medium-sized objects. Yo, Finn, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? What were you up to today on your stream? We're just talking about filling out environments. So, Corley, welcome in. But yeah, what I was saying is like, there's a lot of medium-sized things here. Stuff like this little box with the tree, the well. Even like, I think like stairs and fences and stuff can really help separate environments too and fill in voids between the big stuff. And if you look at like another thing like this, for example, right? Like you've got these little like islands of flowers and grass or whatever. And I think that helps a lot. Fences all over. Fences really help kind of, yeah, separate everything out. You could do like a fountain or something like that. It really does depend on the specific kind of like scene that you have going, but I think that would probably be sort of the trick, right? Because yeah, it shouldn't all just be rocks and trees. Definitely trees can help, and you can put some big rocks. Also, like carts are a big like medieval thing. You know, that's a good thing to scatter around. But yeah, just having a wide variety of of assets from small to big, I think that's the most important thing, so that you can have like, you want to think about it in terms of like density, right? So you have like a couple of really big assets, which are your houses, right? Like this. And then you fill in the areas in between with like medium-sized things. And there should be more medium assets than there are large assets, right? And then you fill in those between those with the really tiny assets, and there's a bunch of the tiny assets, right? I think this is the way to go about it. So yeah, I would start looking around at some references of like villages. It doesn't necessarily have to be a medieval village, because villages still exist. But just see what kind of objects they have, you know? Small village. And I think that really helps. So yeah, trees, wagons, fences and stuff like that always really help. But anyways, hopefully that's helpful. Sploosh, yeah, I got the water effect now. We're playing Prey today, very cool. Prey seems cool. I've never played Prey, but maybe one day. It's funny that it's 2032. That's like not that far away. Yeah, this always reminded me of like just at first glance like Dead Space. I don't know if it's like Dead Space at all. It's probably not, but I know that it has a lot of like gunplay. I think it's different in Dead Space in that aspect where you're like firing many more bullets. But it seems neat. More like System Shock. Never played System Shock. Okay. I think I get the idea, the vibe, though. You're going through like a space station area, but it's more like high intensity, I imagine. Yeah. That seems pretty cool. Maybe one day I'll play Prey. I think I watched like Markiplier played it one time a long time ago. It is really cheap right now, so who knows? Yeah, System Shock has a rogue AI. Okay. Interesting. So we got ads starting in a second. My apologies, everybody. Honestly, programming can help increase critical thinking and problem solving. That's the only thing I like about having done IT school. Yeah. It's definitely good. I think thinking in the way of programming is always like a good way to think, generally, I feel like. Because it's very like logic and goal oriented. Like you could apply the thinking process of programming to a lot of different things, and I think it would be helpful, right? It's one of the things I've always liked about programming. I feel like I'm able to apply it to a lot of like aspects in existence, not just the programming, if that makes sense. So let's fill out these. But anyway, sorry, yeah, what we're doing today, we're getting a coral reef zone set up for lured in. So I'm just drawing some different corals and stuff right now. That's going pretty good. We drew like a tube coral. I'm doing a fire coral now. Sorry if I missed any other messages in here. See, my photo gallery is full of cemeteries I've driven by. I actually got a book on graveyards. That's very interesting. Yeah, to find the layers that you mentioned. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, sometimes I see like cool environments like that in real life. And I'm like, oh, I gotta snap a pic of that. There's been a couple images and stuff I've taken. It's always good, I think, to do that. Find examples of stuff. Like, that's the thing. Everyone should always use reference, right? Reference is so important. It's not stealing reference. Taking reference is not bad. Some people have that idea in their head that if you look at things and try and emulate them, that it's automatically stealing. It's not the same thing. Now, it is sort of the same process. You can look at something and copy it exactly, and then that's stealing. But if you're just looking at something to understand an aesthetic or get an idea for something, then I don't think that's a bad thing. Especially if you're looking at multiple things, right? Like I wouldn't look at one thing and say, okay, this is what I'm making. But I would look at a variety of different images and references. And I think that really helps give you a larger perspective in your head of like what can be done. So I always recommend that. I'm gonna change these to be like brown. That looks stupid though. I don't know what other color would make sense here. I might do that color, like a pink instead. I think that's more the vibe I probably want. I don't know if I want to do blue on those. Yeah, I could see that. And some of these larger tubes I probably want to connect up a little bit at least. Alright, I think this is good enough for the coral. I did make the sprite a little bit too big. It doesn't matter. I might go back and shrink it later. I'll call it Fire Coral 1 also, just in case I go back and do some more variations of it. Okay. I'm also going to name all of these. I don't know if that's something I can do. Battery name. Is this a new thing? Whoa. Thank you, Godot. Man, guys, Godot is epic. Not gonna lie. And I'll call this one Fire Coral. Put it down here. Anyways, ads are over. Sorry about that. Thanks for the detailed answer, man. Really appreciate it. Yeah, no problem at all. Always happy to help. I like to, let's see. Like to compare plumbing to programming. Yeah, I think in a lot of ways it can share a very similar thought process, right? I mean, in both like both whatever industries, both it's plumbing and industry. I don't know what the definition of an industry is. In both fields, that's what I'm thinking of. It's you're solving a problem, right? So it totally makes sense. Or it's like, okay, this is the issue, or I have to hit this objective. Then it's a matter of breaking it up into smaller problems and working your way to an answer, right? That's absolutely like the same sort of thing. So I'm sort of creating like clusters here of corals. It's because I think it looks better than like having them completely evenly distributed. So as I place these down, you can see like if I do place one, I'm typically placing a couple others around. I'll probably go through after this all too and add in some seagrass. I think this is a good start. Something I also need to do on all of the tube corals is set an offset properly, because they need to be at the right like Y index. So let's set that to -12, I think is. Oh god. Yeah, that's right. And I did shift all of them up, so I'm just going to grab all of them and move them back down a little bit. Okay, because I'm pretty sure this is set to Y sort. Yeah, so these are all Y sorted. So this is what it looks like without anything selected here. Yeah. So I think it's time to add in some color here, because these are very similar in tones. Let's do our brain coral now, I think. And for that guy, I want to do like, you know, yellow. Like this kind of brain coral is what I'm thinking. So I just want to have more variations. I don't know if there's like a white coral. Let's look at a coral reef again. Because there's so many different kinds of coral. Definitely like the yellow coral and stuff. Adds a really nice splash of color in here. A lot of it is pretty like red, orangey, kind of tan, almost gray. There's a lot of colors going on. Some of it's sort of green. Is this a bubble coral or like what is this coral? I don't know. It's sad when you look at like actual images of coral, because you realize that since you're down in the water, you can't actually see red. Because red then starts getting absorbed. The wavelength of red gets absorbed. It's weird because like blood and stuff, when you're deep in the water, looks like green. It's wacky. Or I think it just kind of looks black. You can't see the red anymore. Yeah, what other kinds of corals are there? There's a whole bunch of things here. is like bright pink corals. We'll probably do one of those. There are some blue corals. I don't know if they're super common. That's a funny coral. I kind of like that guy. I might do him. What is this kind of coral? I don't know. It's probably, of course, it's a real species. I don't know what it is, though. Yeah, I like this guy. It's like tree structure, but they're like individual pieces, and they have like these little white nubs everywhere. Let's do one of those guys really quick. And I'll make him like a pretty bright blue, probably. I want to do like a large area. So we're just going to draw some tubes. And this one, like, they're not going to be connected like the other one was. They're going to kind of be their own, like, standalone segments, right? And in, like, the denser area, we're going to have more of these tubes clustered. Right, clustering is a big thing, too, with decorating, I feel like. Okay. Then we're just going to create smaller branches. This is basically how they look. They just have two little spikes at the end. Okay. And maybe, well, I bet some of these also have the spikes lower down. They probably would. To make the corals more visible in the water, can you make the water a little more clear? Yeah. We definitely can. I can change the opacity of the water very easily, so we'll probably do that. I'm just kind of dropping everything in there, and then we'll fine-tune the color of the water and stuff more. Yeah, there can be some coral, I think, in shallower waters. They're all at, like, different heights and stuff, but some of these coral reefs can be pretty close to the surface. I'm kind of imagining that for this one. This is not a deep-sea coral reef. It is really cool, though. There are deep-sea coral reefs, and they look crazy. Like, really deep in the water. They're fascinating. And they have, like, some really wacky ones. Like, this looks like broccoli, guys. It's very cool, though. Deep-sea corals. And these are, like, super deep down. But yeah. The Roo, welcome in. Can I add atomic bombs to lure in? That would be, I don't know. That'd be pretty crazy. You could blow up a fishing region and break it forever. Maybe. The evil ending. Destroy the world. Okay, so we got these guys set. I think I'm actually going to do this for their coloring. I want them to be pretty bright. And then on them, they sort of have these, like, nubs. That I've noticed. I think those are, like, the points on the end where, like, that's, like, where the actual coral lives or whatever. It's, like, because coral, if you think about it, is just a big skeleton. Like, this coral is not alive, technically speaking. There are, like, most of it's just a skeleton of previous dead coral. It's really weird. But when you look at one of these, like, most of this stuff is just a calcium skeleton. The only, like, actual live stuff is just on the very exterior outside of it. But, like, the internal skeleton is, like, most of it. It probably depends on the coral. I'm not a coralologist, so I'm probably wrong. But at least I think. Oh, man, it's so insane. The more I work on Lured In, the more I realize how freaking insane the world is. Where I'm like, man, this is wild that all this stuff exists. Those are pretty branchy, yeah. Destroy the fish, yeah. Yeah, deep sea's amazing in general, but deep corals, it's really cool. Very neat stuff. It's so fascinating that there's creatures that live down there, you know? Man, evolution is absolutely insane. The fact that, like, creatures are in, like, a absolutely inhospitable environment, and they're just like, yeah, I'm just gonna live here now. They just evolve, and they're like, oh, I can just be down here now. I mean, obviously, that's oversimplifying. It's like a process over millions of years, but still. The fact that it happens at all is insane. I wonder if, like, something like that would happen with, like, space one day. Well, that's what Project Hail Mary is all about. But yeah, like organisms evolving to live in the vacuum of space. It's possible. Probably. It's unlikely, I'm sure, because, you know, space is pretty hard to live in. But I bet us humans could genetically engineer something if we wanted to. Not that we should, but that'd actually be kind of very dangerous, though, if we just unleashed a bunch of guys into space that could live in the vacuum. I think part of the problem with space, though, with living there is that it's so big, you know? Like, when you look at the density of resources on Earth, it's, like, so much. But space, the distances between planets and stuff is millions and millions and millions of miles. So it's gonna be pretty hard. I like that one fish species that only lives in the one single... Yeah, the devil's hole pupfish, exactly. It's pretty crazy. Some of these I did sort of forget to put a thing in. I'm just gonna do that, it's fine. No one will know. We're gonna be underwater anyways. I kind of on purpose don't want these to be like 100% clearly visible, because I think it would look too much. But that's the whole idea. What is this guy? Okay, he's like aiming that way. Ah, I see. And then he's got, yeah. Okay, almost there. And then I think we'll do the brain coral, and I think that'll be enough variety for now, in my opinion. Almost there, guys. Just gotta do a little bit more. Fix this guy. I don't want any, like, single pixel gaps. Okay, now we're gonna go through with this instead. And for the bright areas, that outline is way too dark, so we're gonna change it to be this color. Man, this thing looks like an alien. It is real, though. I mean, like, this is what the coral looks like, which is crazy. Again, guys, it's fascinating how much variety there is in the world. I think sometimes we don't appreciate how enormous Earth is. Like, it feels small because we're so interconnected with each other these days. But, man, Earth is so big, and there's so many species of organisms living on it. Alright, I don't know what kind of coral this is. I'm just gonna call it spiky. It'll be fine. Let's duplicate this guy now. And did this have like a scale set? Oh. Hopefully this doesn't lag people's games, having this many sprites here. If it does, then what we can do instead is change this into a multi-mesh instance. And that would be significantly more performant. I'll have to do some performance testing here and see like if there is issues with people trying to go into this zone. I don't think people will be seeing much past down there. We're probably okay. Yeah, there's a lot of ways that I can improve the performance of this area. All right, we definitely need more yellow in here. You can see what it looks like without the coral. So I think that's plenty of that stuff. Let's do the brain coral, and we're probably at a pretty good spot. I might also sprinkle some rocks in here. So. All right, brain coral. This one might actually be kind of easier to draw because it's just a blob. It looks like normally it's like multiple blobs. So you've got like one like big blob, but then there's like some smaller parts. Again, that layering, guys, right? Remember. You've got big, medium, small. The trio. Feel like that should be good. Now, how to draw brain coral without making it look stupid. It's extremely detailed, so it might be kind of hard. Whenever you run into stuff like this that you need to draw, the best method usually is not drawing everything. Sometimes you've got to just draw like, ignore like the highlights. So what I would probably do for this guy, right, is let's start on a smaller one because it'll be easier. If our light is coming from the top right, I'm going to draw like bright sections on this. And then the zones in between there is where I like put in the detail, right? Like kind of on the boundaries of the lighting area. That's typically what I do when I run into stuff like this. Because you still get the idea of the texture, of like what it's supposed to be, but it doesn't get too noisy. So something kind of like that. And then I do the inverse usually for the darker areas. I do want this coral to be pretty bright, just to have some nice contrast in the water, so. Okay. Down here will be a bit thicker. Do some like anti-aliasing. Probably should have given it a little bit more depth. We'll do that here on this guy. All right, so let's go more like this. Is there any way for me to join the playtest of the game? Yeah, you can send me a DM on Discord if you want, and I can get you added in. So, feel free to do that. I did just request a couple keys for the playtest, so I probably will close the playtest, just a heads up, on the launch date of the game, July 17th. So it's not going to be here forever, but at least you'll be able to try out the new update before we launch. So, and like your saves will transfer between the playtest and everything, so don't worry if the playtest goes away. It doesn't mean your save data will go away. It's just the version of the game. So if you buy the full game after that, then everything will be as it was. Okay, we're getting there. I don't know if this is like what brain coral actually looks like. I mean, it's close enough. It's not perfect, but I don't think it matters. Yeah, I don't like how this one ended up looking, so I want to change the shape a bit. Right, because it should have had like more like that. Same with like all this crap down here. Should only be a little highlight up there. That's better. It's very easy to overdo detail, so gotta be careful. And yeah, I'll probably do the inverse here, so I'll throw in some like more guys down here just to show that texture. Yeah, I do this with trees and stuff too. Like whenever you want to show texture without going overboard, you just show texture on the boundaries of colors, right? And it usually works a lot better. Let's do that. Okay. And then a little guy down here. Oh no. Okay. Can't do much texture on him because he's so tiny. That's fine. I don't like these diagonals. Okay. Cheese coral. Yeah, it does kind of look like cheese. Thanks for that hydrate. Again, I'm thinking about maybe changing this color to that. I probably will. Now it's outline time. And another thing I can do to kind of further drive the texture home to give it more like physical dimension instead of just in the boundaries is to add in some little like dents in the outline too. It's just another way to kind of show it off. And I'll fill this fully in. So I'll do that here in just a second. Oops. In Coral, though, my brain says add shader to make it like wave in the water. It's not, it doesn't do that. It is a rock. So I can't, I'm not going to do that. All right, so what we can add in here then is like little like bits and stuff. Right? It kind of like implies that these folds are actually doing this. Okay. At least, hopefully it gives that impression. We'll see. I might like put these squiggles more into the center of the coral. We'll decide. I don't know if there's enough contrast. Should definitely have the parrotfish. Yeah, they're cool guys. They do eat coral. I would like to add him in. There are so many fish in coral reefs, guys. It's crazy. I think it's definitely going to be by far just, it's going to have the most fish just because there's so much variety, you know? I mean, it makes sense why there's so many guys there. It's like an oasis, you know? There's tons of plants and stuff for the algae eaters, and then there's a bunch of fish for the predators, so. What I might also do in here is add in some, like, the same thing in a darker color. Yeah. Something like that. Okay. And I might do some of these as like having like a darker segment, just to sort of really imply like a sense of like a groove, you know? Because I think it helps make it look less like cheese. You can kind of tell that these are like deeper sections and grooves, not just like surface level like on cheese. Okay. So that one's good there, I think. And let's do a little guy over here. All right, so it's probably pretty good there, and then I might do some of this color for the brighter areas. All right, could do that color. No, that's way too dark. But I will do some on the edges here. All right, guys, brain coral. Let's save it. And let's go add it in. Baked potato coral, yeah. Let's duplicate it. Call it brain coral. All right. So yeah, this will add a nice splash of color into here. It's going to be like layered with all this other stuff, so I don't think it'll look too out of place. Then we're just going to rotate all these and scale them like we did before. I might possibly add a script on all these that just does a quick little sprite flip and angle thing. Just so I don't have to manually do that here. Normally in other places it hasn't really mattered because there wasn't that many sprites, but this one has so many that it's sort of like, well, I think I might. So let's create a super simple little script for these guys. Random decoration randomizer. I'll just call it random decoration. Okay. Now we're just going to say on function ready, say flip h is equal to randi range 0 to 1. We convert that into a bool. And then we're also going to say scale is equal to vector 2.1 times randf range anywhere from 0.8 to 1.2. That should be all we need to do. So then I'm going to apply that script on all of these. I don't know if it'll apply to all of them if I have them all selected. Oh. Oh god. Is there a way to mass apply a script? There is the attach script button, so I might be able to do that. Select all of them and then hit. I'll detach scripts first and then say, yikes, guys. I had to do that on every single one. Ooh. Dear God. like hundreds of them. Is there any other way for me to do this faster? I don't think I can add them to both at the same time. See, if I select multiple, then I can't hit attach script anymore. Oh, I added it as like a thing. Oh, man. I should have thought about this before, but now it's kind of problematic. Honestly, I am considering just doing this via multi-mesh instances because it would be easier, and I could just make a script that automatically places them down. Because this is going to take a million years. And I do worry about performance with this anyways, so let's add a multi-mesh instance. And then we can create a multi-mesh. Add in our mesh, which would be a quad mesh. We do 2D transforms, we will use colors. So you can say set instance color. And there's also custom data. Don't think we'll need that. So we can decide how many instances there are. I don't know if I add like how this works. Oh, texture, there it is. So we add the tube coral. Now, size of 1 meter by 1 meter, I don't know how big that visually looks inside of here. I'm probably going to delete all these nodes now, or yeah, I better. And then we'll just set this to draw these all in. What's nice about multi-mesh instances like this is that they don't really have much of a performance overhead, at least initially drawing them in. So I think it'll be fine to just create them all already. So for instance count, let's say there's 40 each or something. I think that's about like what we had. And then now we just say for I in instance count. Or I guess that we have to grab our multi-mesh. And then we want to say, I think we can edit the multi-mesh here. Set instance transform 2D. And also set instance color. So the instance ID and transform. Transform 2D, and I think I can do it this way. So from rotation, we want to do all of them, right? So we have rotation, scale, skew, and position. So we could also randomly rotate them a little bit too. So we can really make these pretty random. Do 0 rotation for now. Position. We could also skew them, but we'll just do 0 for now. Oh, that's position. This is scale. Just call it size. So var size is random range, anywhere from 0.8 to 1.2. Position is the other one we'll have to figure out. So var position, oops. Because now I've got to figure out like where that, how we get the position here, right? What I'll probably do for that is just grab random tiles on our water bed here. So we'll say var water bed is equal to that. And then we can say position. But the only issue with that is it does get very specific tiles. We'll figure it out. Or I guess we could do this. So get used cells, and then we say position is tiles.pick random plus a random offset. So vector 2.1 times, or let's just form it. So randf range minus 16 to 16, randf range minus 16 to 16. So that should work. Then we set the thing down here, our transform. All right, so what we should see happen is just a bunch of coral scattered when we go into the coral reef zone. Let's see what happens. Yeah, multi-meshes are very fast because they render in all of the sprites as like one, they count it as like one sprite. So, thank you for the wrist check. Ball is, oh, there it is. Let's go see what happens. Okay, so it died. That's because it's trying to, hold on. I have to convert that into a vector 2. Let's try this again. I don't know what these are. Oh, I might have rotated our mesh wrong or something. I think it's not bad. I think I want like a plain mesh. We'll try that. I had to figure that out. I don't know what the size should be on that. If is that the size in pixels? I have no idea. So I don't see anything. Is changing the size make it visible? No. What if I change it to be a quad mesh again? Nope. Maybe I have to save it first before I do that. I'm not sure. Let's figure out what's going on here. Set texture should just be down there. Buffer, color array, visible instance count. -1 should be all of them. Yeah. Instance count is set to 40. Use colors. Set physics. I guess you could do physics. I don't know how that works. Set instance transform. That should be fine. Custom data, color. Let's change this to the process event just so I can keep testing this. Has to have delta. It doesn't seem to change at all. It seemed like the regular quad mesh was what I wanted, but let's look up a video really quick to remind myself how to do this. Just look up multi-mesh instance to the. This video is pretty good. Not why it's in 2
scale
pixels.
Entirely on the CPU and really. I then run the scene and then else. So depending on
let's see, where does he talk about how to actually use it?
Calls. That can become tricky to manage. Tree is the summation player node. Rectangular textures. So we set the size of the mesh here, and you'll notice that Y is negative. If we don't have it negative, it'll actually draw upside down. That's because positive Y points down. Okay, now that that's all set up, all we need to do is tell our multi-mesh node where all the instances are at.
So, might be a little funky with like the texture resolutions here then. Because I guess I set this to the size of our texture. We'll see what happens there. I could probably just create a new, or I guess I could do it individually for each texture. Whoa. Well, it looks like it did work. But since it's happening in process, it like changes every 2 seconds. I'm gonna say await get tree. That doesn't really work. Let's just change this now to be on ready. Oh god. And for some reason the colors are completely random. I don't know what's going on there. It's pretty weird. So we're gonna say mesh.set instance color. Instance is I. Color, let's just say white for a second. And hopefully they should all just be randomly placed around. Yes. Now I don't know if multi-mesh instance can do depth. That might be a problem. I don't know. How else could I do it? I guess it would be the order in which I draw it, right? Maybe that's how this would work? Because I want all the ones to be drawn after. It's a little complicated. I don't think there's any other like things I could pass in to change the depth. Wonder if he talks about it in that video we're just looking at.
Let's start by updates are available, etc. So I actually spent some time writing this
He does a shadow here.
quick multi-mesh manager class. It handles all the logic. The whole way these messages move is pretty much entirely separate.
Yeah, why
For
sorting?
that, we can take advantage of the fact that the instances are drawn in ID order. So you could assign their multi-mesh index based off of their Y position. So knowing that, we would have the instances higher on the screen assigned to the smaller indices. Now, if we are overcome with the sudden urge to...
So that's what I imagined. We can probably just change the order in which we draw them to do depth stuff properly. So I don't know why it looks so broken in here. Like, what's going on? Pretty weird. All right, so let's do that then. How do we want to do this? I might generate all of our positions first. Right? It's just an array. And then I just say positions.push back. Vector 2. And then what I'll do is sort that array. So I can say positions.sort. I might need to do sort custom like this. And then I can say a.y is less than b.y, return true. I think that's how that works. And then for position, I'm just going to say positions at index I now. All right, let's give this another try. Hey, I think that works, yeah. So, okay, that's working now. We're set there. For the tile positions, another thing here is that that tile is not adjusted for the actual tile size. So we need to multiply it by vector 2, 16, 16. And that should fix it. Yeah, so now we need way more instances because 40 is not nearly enough. Probably gonna want something more like 200. It's better. Still not very many though. So we might have to go up much higher than we want. That's pretty good. Now, how's my FPS? Pretty fast, so I'm not worried about that. All right. We can probably go like 400, and if we layer these up, it's so weird how it like breaks these when I edit it live. Okay. I'm just gonna call it multi-coral, and we're going to duplicate it a bunch of times. I think we have 4 corals. So we have the tube. We've got the rain. Got the spiky. And we got the fire coral. So most of these are 48 by 48. That one is, except for tubes. So honestly, let's just go to the tube coral and make it 48 by 48 so we don't have to resize everything every time. Boom. All right. Then it should just work, I think. Let's try it out. And we can add a lot more variation to this because now we can also control the color. So we could do like some random like alpha transparency and stuff. I don't know how the depth ordering with the other corals is going to work. It might be a little broken. Oh, it picked the exact same position. Ooh. Why did it pick the exact same positions for everyone? Tiles.pick random. Is it because it happens in the exact same frame? So I might have to make a new thing here. So how does this work? So this is an array. I might be able to pass something in to pick random or something. Hey, Nick, thank you so much for the resub. Hold on. Here we go. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Welcome in. How's it going? Thank you, thank you. Let's try shuffling instead here, I guess. Well, it's picking the same position. Oh, is it because it's always the same exact position because it sorts it? But it should always be a list of random positions. I'm just going to say tiles.shuffle, see if that fixes it. Nope. How else would I do this? Yeah, let's go, Hype Train. Epic. So Rumu's, welcome in. Oliver Random on YouTube, what's up? How's it going? Going alright, I just added a refrigerant to my car, so it'll cool more than 85-degree air. Oh, let's go. Vent temp getting to like 47 now. Nice. You? Yeah, it's going good. We're just working on getting the coral reef zone set up. I'm trying to get these multi-mesh instances to randomly scatter the coral around, but for some reason it just stacks all of the types of coral in the exact same position every time. So I'm trying to figure out why that's happening. I'm getting a random tile here every time, at least I should be, right? When I say tiles.pick random. But that doesn't seem to work for some reason. You know, I don't think I need to use the tiles at all, I'm realizing. I just need to get a range in which, you know, the position is. So I'm just going to say position and then plus, and then we don't even need this randomized part. So I'm going to say position is equal to vector2 randf range. We can just figure out the size of our area here. Whoa. Yo, thank you so much for the gifted sub. To Bagorly, that's very epic. I really appreciate it. Yes, I think like a 512 zone would be good. Let's go. Hey, and the bits, thank you very much. I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. You guys are too kind. You got 2 streams going too? Oh, yeah. I'm never able to watch 2 streams at the same time. I don't know how you guys do it. To me, it's like just chaotic. What? It's still the same. Is there another way for me to get randf range that I can like change it every time? Can I like say random number generator .randf range or whatever? Okay, so we're gonna create a new random number generator. And we'll do that. And I want to say rand.randomize. Now I'm going to say rand.randf range. Rand.randf range. We'll give that guy a try now. Let's see if it works. What? Am I crazy? It's still the exact same positions. What am I doing wrong? They're all their own separate scripts. How are they getting the same numbers? Weird. I'm everywhere, yeah. How is this possible, guys? It shouldn't be able to randomize to the same number, right? Is it because it uses like the same... Oh my god. I think I'm an idiot. I think that's the answer. Because I'm using the exact same multi-mesh instance on all of these, and so duh, it's going to display the same positions. So I have to make all of these unique. Okay, I don't need to make the quad mesh unique, so... I'm a fool. So now all of these are unique multi-meshes. I probably didn't need to call rand and do all this garbage, so let's get rid of that. That was kind of stupid. I accidentally thanked me in the other chat. Oh, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. 6 monitors, actually? That's pretty insane. Look at that coral. Now, the only downside to this method is that the coral can sometimes stack on top of each other, as you can see, because they don't take into account their depth ordering. So it's a little bit complicated. That's the one downside to a multi-mesh instance, unfortunately. Though, I have an idea, because they added this new texture, guys, called Atlas texture. And I might be able to do it this way. Because I can edit the region that's currently displayed. And so I could use the same multi-mesh instance for all of the coral and then send in custom data to randomize the atlas. Oh, but that wouldn't work because it's not per thing. I think if I sent in custom data, that would only be for a shader, which I can do. I did this before in Starground. Where I said set instance custom data. And your custom shader using instance custom. Oops. So I guess that wouldn't really work. I mean, I don't know if it's really going to matter. The water's going to be above it anyways, so it's kind of like probably fine. But Then I want to add a little bit of randomness, I think, to this color. I'm going to say times randef range 0.8 to 1.0. That'll make it get darker and more transparent. And then if we add the water back in, you can see what this actually looks like now. Thank you for the hydrate. You'll find an image. Let's go. Okay, let's go here. I don't know why these are above now. Hold on, we gotta set the ordering. Set it to -105. Oops. All right, that's better. So it's a good start. It's still a little ugly. Sometimes they also stack up like right on top of each other. And I think that's kind of part of our problem here. So I need to add another check. Which is inside of here. We'll go ahead and do it once and then say while position or while. How am I going to check if any others are close enough, you know? It's complicated. This will run better though, probably. How does it run right now? Pretty good. Yeah, for performance, it's probably worth it. Picked up Godot today. It's very difficult. My brain is dense for code, but I do want to make my game. It does take a lot of time, a lot of practice to get good at GD script and stuff. It's not easy, so. But just got to keep working away at it. Believe in you. Participated in the hype train, did not get an emote, bro. Did I get an emote? You have to like claim it. No, I guess we just didn't get an emote this time. I don't know. I don't know how hype trains work. I can check this. I need to check the distances across these. I don't want to make this too slow. The other thing I do is that I get a random position. So like if I want each thing to be, let's say, a maximum of 16 pixels to each other, then what I can say is I can get rand I range and then say that snapped to 16 pixels. Right. So if I know each position is 16 pixels away from each other, then I should be able to, if our distance is equal to 16 pixels, snap the distance. But that could still cause them to snap onto the same position. That's the problem here. Yeah, so it doesn't really work. But then I can check, like, raw positions. So we'll generate that and then say while raw positions dot has position. Keep doing position again until we find a position that does work. So that's going to be snapped to 16 pixels. And then I can go ahead and say, let's think here. And then just add a random extra position on top of it. So plus vector 2 1 times, no, because it needs to be random in both sides. Minus distance, and random range. Yo, thank you so much for the bits. I really appreciate it. It's very epic. Thank you so much. And now let's divide this by 2. And I think that'll work because we'll make sure that the positions are all consistent with each other. That they're not going to be more than that. And then if we, so like the closest they'd be if we took, if they're 16 pixels apart from each other and 8 on both. So we might have to set this value to be smaller than 2. It might have to be divided by 4 or whatever. But let's go see what happens with this. Hopefully the game doesn't crash. I'll have to add in like a check because while loops are scary. So let's see, Fencer. Would you be up to do some sprites for the mod I would need? I can see what I can do. This is a very busy time because, you know, we only have like, what is it, 16 days until launch, but I can try and get some sprites done if you need them. There we go. So now it's got like a gap between the different kinds. I think this is better. Alrighty. Multiplies the colors there. So I theoretically I can increase that distance number and it should make the gap larger. I'm also going to say or iteration is greater than like 20 or 10. And I have to say and iteration is less than 10. Then now say bar iteration is equal to 0. And say iteration plus equals 1. Something I wish that GDScript had was a do while loop, because I don't think there is. I'd love it to just automatically do the loop once, right? But it doesn't do that, so it's unfortunate. So this should now keep them even farther apart from each other. Looks like it is, but you can kind of see like it sort of looks a little like a grid when we do too much of a distance, right? So we kind of want to avoid doing too much. I feel like 16 is fine. So yeah, I think we're pretty good there. Now, something also that I want to add in here is for the scale. We should select the scale and then also just randomly decide to flip the scale. So then we say size.x times equals rand I range from 0 to 1. Well, I need to know if it's -1 or... Oh, I could do a sign or whatever, right? I think sign on a number makes it... So 0 is 0. Okay, well then that doesn't really do what I want. We'll just say this. If rand I range 0 to 1 is equal to 0, and say size x multiplied by -1. So that'll now also flip the corals horizontally too. Should help more, yeah. So I think this works. I don't know if it looks as good as hand placing, but the thing is that it runs way better. I don't have to worry about like having a billion sprites lagging everything. So, because we look at the visual profiler, you can see nothing. 0.2 milliseconds. Multi-mesh instances are just so much more efficient. So, because they render all of these as just one draw pass. You do get some little depth ordering issues, like this coral is above this one, which doesn't really make any sense, but I think it's good enough. I could do a shader where, like with Starground, I did that with the conveyor belts and stuff and the items on conveyors, where you can pass in custom data for the area and position on the atlas, so that you know where the sprite should be, or like which sprite you're supposed to use, but it's kind of a whole thing right now. I'm not worried about it. Anyway, sorry about the ads, everybody. If you're busy, I can just use some dev textures for now. Yeah, I mean, you're welcome to send me over the stuff you need. I can't make any promises of like if I'm actually gonna have time to do it anytime soon, but I'll see what I can do though. All right, ads are over. Sorry about that. Oh yeah, your message on the bits. Watching this like being back in IT school, but no one is screaming. Yeah. Man. What is this? Discord notification? Oh, okay. Well, thank you very much. Glad that it's chill in here. Always try and be helpful whenever I can. Yeah, if anyone ever has questions about stuff, ask away. Thanks, Nick. Very nice guy. Goes on his games. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Do care. Even though Starground is kind of a pain to work on, I still want to go back and get it finished and stuff, so we will. So we could change the alpha transparency of our water here. Right, if we want, we can do that. So you can see the coral more. I don't know if we really need to do that. I might decrease it a tiny bit, but I don't want it to be too visible. I feel like around this level is pretty fine. Something we definitely need more of now is like, right, we're back to that whole concept of like scale of decorations, right? Because this is an important thing. We have way too many things that are like small, or like these are all like medium scale decorations, but that's all we have right now, and it's makes our environment look ugly. So I think what we need to do is go through and change that now. Now, part of me does wonder if the multi-mesh instances are worth it. I kind of want to run a little experiment super quick, where I'm just going to create a billion Sprite 2Ds, and I want to see how performance is. And let's just temporarily return on ready here. Because if I could manually place these down, I definitely would have much more control over things, right? Which is the only thing. Let's create a bunch of those and then a bunch of those. So that's like 400 sprites right there, which is probably more than I'll ever need. So I'm gonna launch that. I want to see what it looks like. Well, it's not gonna look like anything, but I want to see how the game runs with 400 sprite 2D nodes. I'm assuming it's not going to run very good. It's not really that slow or anything. So we might be okay not having to use multi-mesh instances. I don't know, it's hard to say. It's hard because like the multi-mesh instances are great for performance, but if I want to like add in rocks or other little decorations, it's really hard for me to do depth ordering, right? So I just don't know if it's something I could do. Though I'm really not seeing very much performance overhead here, so I don't know if maybe it doesn't matter as much as I think it does. I mean, performance is impacted a little bit just because of sheer quantity of nodes. But honestly, not as much as I would expect. So maybe it's fine. I don't know. Just go for what you want, change it later if we had to. Yeah, it's true. This is like sort of our normal minimum area. I think I might be decorating an area larger than I actually need to, honestly. So maybe we could get this working. If we look at our fishing region, and go to the camera node, wherever it is in here. Where is the camera? There it is. So it's set to zoom of 3, which would be this area. I'm gonna create a quick little color rect that acts as like a box so I can see how big our camera area is. Because I don't really care so much about the horizontal stuff is never visible. Well, sometimes it can be, but most of the time not. I'm just going to call this framing or something. Now we're going to go move this into here. Because I want to see the area we actually have to worry about decorating, right? I don't know what's going on with copy and paste and stuff recently. I can't seem to do that. I have to, like, manually click. Okay, I didn't want to do that. What? Okay, weird. And let's paste as child. What? So confused. Copy the node. Paste the node. There we go. So this is the actual area we have to decorate. So it's really much smaller than I'm thinking in my head. So maybe we'll just go ahead and just not use multi-mesh instances. I don't have to delete the code or anything. It's still good to have it in case we do use them again in the future, but it does become really hard for me to kind of like control how things look in this environment, so it's fine. But what I will do, because I don't want to have to do it manually, is do our random decoration thing, but I'm going to do it before we decorate. So we're going to call this spiky coral. And it's going to flip H and scale randomly. So that's good. We'll keep that. Now, time to decorate. So I will decorate a bit outside of the area, just in case you do change the game window resolution. I don't want it to be completely, void out there, but it doesn't have to be crazy. All right, we're going to cluster up the decorations. We can kind of dither it so like it's densest in the center where the camera is, and then as you get out there, it's like thins out. So let's call this one, let's do the brain coral next, I guess. Because now we've got our lovely little depth ordering. Oops. And before I do all this, I gotta fix the Y offset. It's -12. This one, the Y offset's basically just in the center, pretty much. All right. Yeah, I think this will be fine. Because I want to sprinkle some rocks and stuff in here, I just think it would be good. And I bet there's some assets I could actually already use for that. Because if I duplicate this, we have like the large rock sprite and stuff. Like I could just use these. Even though they are tank decorations, it doesn't matter. Right? Who cares? I can just use them. So I'm probably going to use those. Let's call this one Fire Coral. Okay, I want to make sure we can see a bit of each coral in this area. Again, I don't really care about the outside areas so much, so they can stay kind of sparse like this. But if you scale your monitor a little bit, I'd like these to be visible. Now let's change this to tube coral. It looks pretty good. Gotta be careful with the boat though. Don't want to hit the rock. Yeah. It'll be fine, I think. All right. Now we got our tube corals. Sprinkle a couple of these guys in. Clustering. And all the sizes and not positions, but the scales and stuff will be randomized here. I don't really want to randomize positions because if I don't, then I have really fine-tuned control over how these are like attached to rocks and stuff like that. So I think it'll just look like a better environment if we don't randomize, right? All right, so those are all scattered. I think that works. Now let's start working on other decorations. So large rock. And we're also going to randomize that one too. Right, so we can put some large rocks in between these, and it looks very nice, I think. Kind of create these like little like island like clusters or however you describe them. We only need a couple of those. Let's do medium rock now. See, I've got medium rock right here. And that I want to kind of attach onto these segments. Yeah, I think this will look pretty nice, though. We'll have some rocks just sort of scattered down the middle. See, this is what's great like about reusing your assets, right? Because even though these are tank decorations, they're just the right size for me to just reuse. So, and then lastly, the small rock. And it makes sense because this is also in the water. So like the asset design for being in the water works in the water. Who would have guessed? But I feel like this environment looks way better than it did with the multi-mesh instances, in my opinion. It's just more visually interesting. We'll just scatter a bunch of these little rocks around. I don't want like any spots that are way too barren. I think this should be fine. Or work with less effort and you give more purposes what you made. Exactly, yeah. Why not? Why not do it? Alright, now we gotta set the depth ordering of all these. Boom. Ordering minus 105. Boom. Looking pretty good. And then all their scales and everything should be slightly randomized. Could also randomize color if we want. I might just say modulate.xyz. I don't know if I can do xyz like that. No, you can do it in shaders, but not in here. So I just want to say modulate times equals indef range anywhere from 0.8 to 1.2. And after say modulate A is 1.0 because I don't want it to change the alpha. Let's go see what it looks like. So we should have color variety, scale variety, flip variety, and we could also do rotation variety. Ignore this square, by the way. Oh, it's gonna like not go away, is it? Hold on, let's go delete it from this region. Yeah, it's still there. Hold on, we gotta relaunch the game. Thank you for the cheese time, much appreciated. Something we could also do that I think would make this environment and all the others look really nice too is like some birds flying around and stuff like that. Just more like little decorations that can appear. So maybe we'll do that. So this is what this coral reef looks like. That's pretty good. I don't know how big coral is in real life, but I mean, it's pretty big. You know, if you look at like the size of these guys. It's probably fine. Maybe it would make sense to make a couple of these smaller visually, but you know. Maybe we could have like some big ones like these and then sprinkle in smaller variants of each coral too. It's possible. Yeah, cheese environment. That is the moon. Pretty crazy. Also, since I like how it looks more now, I'm gonna, since I like more how it looks now. I'm gonna decrease the visibility of our water so I can see it easier. Just because it looks cool. Alright. So yeah, I might go through and do some like half sizes for these then. I might even have some particles of just little like silhouettes of fish swimming around too. We'll see. So yeah, let's do that. So like for the brain coral, we're just gonna get rid of the big one. And just keep the two tiny ones and reposition them. Right? That one's really easy. And move this guy into the right position. And I might reshape this a little bit. Probably cut off the top a little bit. Okay. Oops. Get rid of that. And move that over there. So that's our tiny brain coral. I don't know how big I want these ones to be. Probably half size. So if those other ones are 48, I want these to be probably maximum 24 pixels wide. So I do actually have to shrink this one even a little more. Oh, this coral reminds me of a cartoon called The Smoogies. So, Smoogies. That's a musical artist. It's the Smoogies Show. Oh, Smoggies. The Smoggies. I've never heard of this show. Stop the Smoggies. What is it about? There's no information. Fictional Coral Island. Let's go. Pretty epic. I always do like the setting of tropical islands and stuff, honestly. I just think it looks nice. In games or wherever. Okay, so we're gonna crop it to right there. So we will rebuild. There's not really much to rebuild, but yeah. All right, that's looking better. Fix that. Okay. Brain coral small. And then we need to do the other ones, but small versions. Like this guy. And this one, I think I might have to kind of completely redraw. It's a little bit harder. So like that's our area we're drawing in. We'll just do like a couple, like a little sprig of them, right? Like that. Oh, this is 24, so we can extend it out a little bit more. That should be all we need to do there. Okay. Fill those in. Probably one right around there. Make them all this color. Sort of tan around the top. Oopsies. Okay. And we have just the darker outline color. The mouse is being a little bit funny right now, guys. Oops. Okay, then we just got to do, okay, we still got like 2 more to do. That's fine. All of these will also be decorations inside of the tanks. So it's not like wasted time, really. We are just sort of lucky that it ended up being the perfect, like, resolution. Let's fill that in. All right, we're pretty much done there. And final thing, around some of these spots, it should be a little bit brighter. Boom. Tube coral small. And also the resolution is whack. Hold on. Let's just set it there for 1 second and then scale it down again to 24. All right, then we got the fire coral and the spiky guy. So I'm just going to say resize canvas to 24. Boom. Now we will rebuild. Okay. Some of these shapes still sort of work. Sort of like that. Okay. Let's delete all of the outline color. Let's delete all these random floating pixels. It's here just so I can figure out the shape that's going on here. All right. What's going on here? So that'll work. Looks like a dead bush in Minecraft. Let's do that. Difficult pixel decisions. Okay. I think we're good there. So now I'm gonna move that. Yes. We're going to shade and do all the stuff. What did I use before? I think it was it the bright pink? No, it must have been this one. Shade in some of this stuff. Okay, and then darker color. Alrighty. I think we're good there. Now we outline. Actually amazes me the way artists like you can quickly figure out how to do this stuff. Oh, thank you, thank you. It's a lot of practice, right? I've drawn so many sprites. Even just for lured in, I've drawn so many, you know? That's the thing. I think you really find that when you work on a game, there's so many things that you kind of are forced to learn and practice, you know? Drawing backgrounds and characters and items and just all this stuff. It's a really great way, I think, to kind of honestly learn how to draw. Because normally with drawing, it's really hard to come up with an idea, sometimes for me at least, like, what do I draw, you know? But with game development, that problem is kind of solved for you. Because it's not really a matter of, like, what do I draw? Like, you already know what you need to complete to make the game. So it's kind of a question of, like, all right, what's next? You have like a list of things that you have to do anyways, so you get a lot of practice. The right color? Yeah, I did. Did I just do pure black for the outline? I did. So this is fire coral small. All right, and then I think the last one that we haven't done yet is the spiky. I think this one should be pretty easy. Hopefully this will actually look good. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. Log this into my brain. So we're just gonna add a couple of guys. And I suppose we can do a couple of guys in the background too. That's probably all I want to do there. And those were blue. And then time to test our memory. We had the little white nubs and other nub spots. And then down there, I think I did a similar thing. Okay. And outline time. This guy. Oops. I try and usually avoid doing outlines on the bottoms of things because I think it makes it look way more connected when I do. Sometimes you do purposely want to have it look disconnected from the environment, but for most of the stuff in Lured In, it's like I want it to look connected, especially for like little background decorations and stuff like this, right? Alright, so I think this will work. Coral, spiky, or I just call it spiky coral small. Alright, let's see if this works. And I'm just going to bother putting the small ones around the initial area. I don't think we need to put them anywhere else. So let's go ahead and do some small tube corals. Oh yeah, this is nice. It just adds, like, see, this is that whole, what we talked about today, the layering of detail. I think being able to go through here and add in little tiny guys everywhere, like, really helps make everything look nice. Got some of those. I just called them tube coral by accident instead of changing it to small tube coral. I don't know if there's a way. Oh yeah, we can do the mass rename thing. I forgot. Where did I do that? Bulk rename? Batch rename. Is that a new feature? I don't know. All right, those are the tubes. Fire coral. Let's go get the fire coral. Now he's tiny. He has shrunk. I can like, I want some of these to be like spread out a bit more, I think. I think the idea behind the small ones is it's almost like the tiny ones are like new baby corals that are expanding, you know? So they're going to be like on the outskirts mainly. All right, brain coral. This will be a really nice thing to be able to decorate tanks with, honestly. I think people have asked for this before, so it'd be pretty cool. I still hope everything runs okay. We will see. It'll probably be fine. But you never know. And then I think the only other one was the spiky. Thanks for the hydrate. That's appreciated. And the posture check. And the wrist check. Gotta throw in a trio in there every once in a while. Oh, I forgot to make the... Hold up. It's gonna do this. Can't mess up now. There we go. It's better. Alright, let's wrist check for a moment. We could also do like a really tiny rock, like a pebble. Instead of a small rock, it's a pebble. I don't know how crazy we want to get with stuff. My hands have been a little sore recently. I don't know why. Is that a squishy ball instead of a hand gripper? Yeah, I've found that the squishy ball feels better for my hands. The hand gripper's okay, but it's sort of like sometimes it like hurts my hands after I use it. But this is nice. It's a good like in between. It gets like a more like the thing with the hand gripper is that it's only like it digs into my palm and it's like I don't know. It feels like I'm not getting like a very good full thing. But this is like when I grab it, I'm like using all of the muscles evenly in my whole hand, you know? And I can also like move it around and do weird things with it better. So like I could do this and like, oh, that actually hurts. I could train like the muscles of my hand, like closing my fingers together and stuff, you know? Sometimes what I do is like this, where I go like that and like put it between all my fingers. The ball is more versatile, honestly. Probably to be honest, hand grippers, yeah, started hurting my hands, but I tried some. I could barely close, trying to increase my strength. Yeah, I would suggest the balls. I would give them a try. They're pretty nice. What ball is that? It's just some random ball I got on Amazon. It's just like a hand strength ball. It's like one of these. There's a billion different versions. I think I got this, like the Vive. Well, I got 3. I got one it was this one. This is the one I got. The black one is like the strongest. This is the softest. I don't think the stronger ones make my hands stronger. It just hurts more. I like how it's like soft, so it's like a smooth transition into like, I don't know how to describe it, but it's pretty nice. And they're ultra cheap. You can get like 3 of them for $5 or something. So, but I find it's been helping. Yeah, because I was having some issues, you know, where my hands were just like hurting all of a sudden. They have been much, much better recently, which is great. So, I think doing the ball exercising has helped. And I think also just kind of having that alternate mouse and stuff I can use is really nice. Just in case I need to take a break from, like, I can kind of do like different like wrist patterns. All right, I think the coral reef is looking pretty good. So let's go launch the game and see what it looks like. Some expand your hands bands. So yeah, expand your hands bands. Oh yeah, like these. That's also good. That's something that's hard to get out of the ball. The ball is good for like compression muscles, but well, all muscles are compression, but that's beside the point. But I can't do like this motion with the ball. So I bet like having the band and ball is probably the perfect combo, because then you can get both. All right, coral reef. Yeah, the tiny corals are good. It helps like break everything up a bit more. I think some of these corals are getting too big on the random scaling, so I'm actually going to say for the scale, do not allow it to get past 0.1 size now, because this is getting a little bit too large. It starts to look a little goofy. I think the tiny one should be good. Ball set has been ordered. Let's go. Very cool. Yeah, they're nice. And these things are basically indestructible. I have not been able to damage them whatsoever. I can like squeeze it and stretch it. It doesn't matter. There we go. That's better on the scaling now. Yeah, it's looking good to me in here. Coral reef. And we got like tiny little color variations too. It's very hard to even tell, but that's kind of the point. I don't want it to be obvious. I could maybe change that even more. So instead of, we'd like have a larger gap between the two. So it looks like this. I think that looks cool. I don't want them to get too bright because then it almost looks like they're glowing, but I think this looks fine. So yeah. Maybe a little bit too much. Let's scale it back to 0.7. I don't mind it getting so bright, but I think the darkness sometimes looks odd. And it's kind of fun how it's just slightly different every time, so. Gotta have expand your hands bands in case women try to hold your hand, but you want to do game dev, yeah. Oh man. Imagine. It's impossible. The two are incompatible. Hopefully not. Alright, is there anything else we want to add to this zone? Really the only other thing I can think of is just doing like birds and stuff, or even doing fish particles, but fish particles are a little bit of a slippery slope, I'm not going to lie. So I don't know if I want to do that or not. But we could add in a GPU particle emitter right here. And I could give it a texture. We have a lot of like little fish silhouette things. I just worry that people might look at it and think that they're able to catch those fish, but it's not the case at all, right? So, let's see. I mean, by the time you get to the coral reef, it's probably pretty obvious how the fishing mechanics work. So, I don't think anyone's going to get confused and think that those fish now all of a sudden you're supposed to actually catch them. But let's go ahead and say initial color is black. And I want them to be pretty transparent. Now, for drawing and stuff in here. Particle flags, I guess I want to do a line Y. Rotate Y? I don't know. Let's change our emission shape. I don't know, what is this in scale? Is this in terms of pixels? In local space. Oh, that's a point, though. Let's do a box. There we go, now I can do normal. 512 minus 512. So now they'll randomly spawn in that area. And then I want to disable gravity. Okay. And then linear acceleration. We can up 20, maximum 20. And then directions. So display, actually that's under spawning. So we're going to enable different angles. I am going to have to draw a different sprite for the fish here. Okay. And time is way too short. Should be like at least 10 seconds. Let's add more particles so we can see them. Okay, it's aligning the particles in the wrong direction. Also, it seems like it's just going in the exact same... Oh, that's because I set angle to be random. Oopsies. Let's fix that. So if I go ahead and change their initial spawning velocity or whatever. Oh, I want to do that at an initial velocity, I see. Did not realize that. And then accelerations, get rid of that. Is it align Y? Okay, it's not rotate Y, it's align Y. So they're not aligned to the right. When they're moving to the right, I guess it's facing up. So I need them to be facing down. Let's go draw this really quick. Oops. 16. It's probably fine. It's been pretty awesome watching this. Start is basically nothing. It become fleshed out as it has. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Yeah, make development seem so accessible. It can be. I think it's all about how you go about things, you know? I really do think that anybody can make games if they really want to. I mean, of course, like, I started off, you know, not knowing anything, and now I'm here. It doesn't mean that it was super easy to get to the spot where I'm at, I guess, but it's possible. That's the important thing. Let's see. Sometimes also it's really easy to get into your own head when working on things. And hopefully that's one of the benefits of watching people stream game development. Is that you kind of get to discover new ways to go about things and just learn, right? I think it's always really helpful. Like every once in a while I'll find a video and stuff on YouTube. Did I not save the sprite? What happened? Just about like game dev stuff, and I think it's always a good idea to expand your mind to things, right? There we go. So this isn't necessarily what I want here. It looks kind of ugly. Also, I don't like the fish sprite, and he looks like too thick. And he would probably have like fins, right? If you're looking at a fish from top down. Oh, also that means that his... Yeah, duh, it's going to be more like this. Guess it'd be something like that. I don't know if this is the direction I want to take. I don't want people to be confused and think that these fish are catchable. But also, coral reefs are so filled with life. It feels a little odd to not have fish swimming around, you know what I mean? Especially since it's so visible in this area. So maybe it's okay for this one time. Did you think of a solution for the money bags? I did think to myself, while you're hovering over it, if it's behind a person or some object, you could dupe it with the always on top checked. Yeah. Yeah, I could just temporarily set its ordering when you're hovered over it, like really high. That could work. Yeah, that would be pretty easy to set up, I think. So we could do that. Maybe just make a warding. I tend to not ever do stuff like that, like have like text pop-ups and prompts, just because I think it's like kind of a lot to be constantly telling people information like that directly. I definitely would like to do it in a way that's more implied. I don't know how I would do it though. I mean, like, this is a very end game zone. I don't show the fish in any of the other regions. So I feel like it probably won't be very much of a problem, because nobody's going to go here and be like, oh yeah, of course they would change the entire gameplay mechanic right at the end. I don't think that would be a thing. So it's probably fine. I think just keep that at 128. Be okay. I do kind of want to animate these guys. I don't remember how to animate a... Actually, I did this with the butterfly. Inside of the jungle region. There's the butterfly emitter. So you add in the full texture, and then how did I animate it? Animation. I thought there was like another setting I did here to do it. How else would it know how many... Oh, right, I have a shader on it. Particle animation shader. Okay, so let's go do that. I want to animate this fish, so... So I'm just gonna paste as unique. So particle animations... We'll just have like 2 frames. Then I can go expand this to have 2 frames. Click a fish to unlock an achievement. You can't catch that? Yeah, maybe. Could also make it so if the player tries to catch the fish with a lure, the fish just move away. The only issue is that since these are using a particle emitter, I really don't have like fine-tuned control over their positions. It's sort of like, you know, I can't just go through and tell them where they're supposed to be, if that makes sense. So I don't know if that's something I would be able to do. Let's see, and then I want to move this guy. Okay. Get the 50% opacity in here. Oops. What's going on? Let me do full. Okay. And then I'll move this guy over here and flip him. How far away is this? 6 pixels. That should be 2 more to the left. Let's see what this looks like. Well, they're not animating. Oh, is it because I have to go into animation and then set the speed? Oh yeah, there we go. I don't know, let's set to 8 right now, just to test it. I might add 1 more frame where they're in the middle. So let's do 48. Turn on the guide. Oh, then I also have to add 1 more. Okay. Let's move that there. Then I guess I wish I didn't fully delete the other one, but it's okay. We'll just redraw it super quick. Should be like that. I thought that one was like that. Pretty sure. Put him over there. Okay. Now we set this guy to 4 frames. The only other thing I think it needs is, like, fish always have little fins for swimming, so I kind of want to add those in. Just something like that, I guess. Well, how would they be? They'd be sort of almost like... I'm trying to think how these would be. They wouldn't really be... I don't want it to look like sharks. Now we'll try this. I forget, did you start with Godot for game dev, or did you start with something like Unity? I started with Game Maker. Back in like 2017 is when I first started messing with stuff. I was making a game with my friends, and that game was a disaster, so we abandoned it. But yeah, that's how I got started with everything. Excuse me. And yeah, I quickly started to run into limitations of Game Maker, and eventually I was just like, all right, I gotta try a different engine because I can't can't do it anymore. So I moved away from Game Maker, which I'm glad that I did. It was getting to a point where it was just becoming very difficult for me to do things. Then I went to Unity for a little while. Tried to learn that engine and stuff. I never got super good at Unity or anything, but then the whole Unity like runtime fee stuff happened, and I think it was sort of at that moment when I realized that if I go with Unity, I'm always going to be at the mercy of what this engine decides for me and what this company wants. And that was, you know, the moment where I'm like, all right, I think I want to go with something open source instead. Because with open source, you never have to worry about losing access to things or like having to pay somebody to use an engine, right? Because it's just not a thing. So that initial velocity a little bit. I guess we'll go to 8. I didn't realize how little it was before. Is that really 8 initial velocity? Okay, that seems pretty fine. Right, well, hopefully this just adds a little bit of life to this area, but doesn't like imply too heavily that these fish are catchable. We'll see what happens. We're gonna put out an update, you know, with this new zone, and I'll see what all the playtesters think. But yeah, anyways, I found Godot in like 2022. I knew about Godot for a while, well before 2022, since like 2020, because I saw some stuff and I was like, that looks pretty cool, but it always felt to me like it was sort of a little light on features. So I decided I'm gonna wait on this engine before I really take a look. And then I did. I waited, and then came back to it much later, and I was like, hey, this engine's like way cooler now. It's got also, since like a bunch of people were coming over to the engine at the same time that I was, that was kind of like good for me because it meant the engine was getting a bunch of funding and it was popular and there was tutorials. So it was definitely the right time, I think, to move over to Godot. I think if I moved over before that, it might have been a little bit frustrating sometimes, but now Godot has a lot of great resources. If you were successful with Unity and undercharged for the game, you'd owe them more than you made. Yeah, exactly, right? And also the thing is, too, is it applied to free games also, right? I don't... How does that make sense? You know, if you're releasing a free game, but you're still getting charged for people playing your free game, literally your only option then is to load it with microtransactions to try and make enough money to make up for the runtime fee. But that's just stupid. So yeah, it's a dumb idea, honestly, and system. It's just like ridiculous. But classic Unity. I realize I accidentally left in some outlines here I didn't want to. Just going through and getting rid of those. That's better. Now they kind of mesh in with the sand a little bit more. Though I took too much off here. I do like that. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Let's snooze this ad. Almost feel like people are more mad at Adobe than Unity, but people getting fees from Adobe are the people who agreed to pay for a year and backed out early, expecting to get the year-long agreement price rather than monthly. Yeah. It's just a mess. I don't know. This is why I'm just like very... I don't want to orient myself with any companies like that anymore, you know? I've kind of like, I guess, awakened to it where I'm like, I'm realizing how risky that could be. Building your entire career and like income and your whole life around one company that could just be like, hey, you owe me $1 million. That's not good, right? So Godot is just, in my opinion, just a much safer option. I don't have to worry about like them taking everything away from me. So, because you can't do that with open source. Open source is invulnerable to that issue. So yeah. So you know what I think would look nice down here too, is if I actually sprinkled in a little bit of the gray in here to have some more like ground variation. I need to create like a transition color now with it. So let's go do that. Let's see. Grass tile set. It's used for everything, not just grass anymore, but it's fine. Yeah, anyways. I started really using Godot in like 2023 when I was using it for Starground. So, and yeah. Just sort of kept using it. I told myself, like, I worked on this one little project before Starground Godot, and I was like, all right, this is my trial period, and I'm going to see if I like this engine. And if I don't like it, I'm just going to move on and find something else. No harm done. But then I really liked the engine. I was like, okay. Because it was very accessible. One issue I had with Unity coming from GameMaker was like, oh, Unity is just such a heavy engine with a lot of stuff in it. Now, if you're used to that kind of thing, then it's fine. But for me, it was overwhelming trying to understand what was going on in the engine. So it did feel like it sort of stunted my ability to learn. But it wasn't like that at all with Godot. I was like, you know, everything just felt very like, I don't know. It all made sense. So it's just it's a good time. I do recommend Godot. Now, it doesn't mean that Godot is, like, Unity is inherently bad or anything. Like, if you use Unity and it works well for you, then who cares? But definitely give Godot a try. I don't think the quality of the engine itself is bad or anything. I think it's fine. It's not personally my cup of tea, but it doesn't mean that it isn't other people's. But the one thing that you'll never be able to get away from is, you know, the fact that they can do whatever they want, regardless of the engine itself, right? because they can just be like, hey, give us money every time somebody opens your game, right? Which is just ridiculous. Let's see, so that's going to be the... Thank you for the hydrate. This will be the sand. This will be the gray. All right. I do feel that same way about a lot of other things I use too. Like, honestly, I'd love to get away from Windows because Windows is kind of a bruh moment sometimes, specifically just Microsoft. It's not really that I think Windows itself is bad, you know. Some people do hate Windows, but I've used Windows my whole life, and like I've never disliked Windows itself. But I definitely don't like some of the things that Microsoft has done to it, right? That's the thing. So I don't know, one day. You know, it's easy for people to be like, hey, just grab Linux, but it's a much more complicated process when your livelihood is using tools on Windows and you don't really have super great alternatives to everything. Like, I really like FilterForge, and I use FilterForge for deadlift and stuff, and I probably will be using it more. And right now, I just don't think there's anything that's quite comparable to FilterForge. And so that's just one program that kind of is an immediate block for me fully moving over to Linux. I mean, I could see like using it for some things or temporarily, but like as a full-on daily driver for everything, it's just, I don't know about that yet. So I think Linux will get there one day, especially if there's more like corporate like support for it. I know Steam, Valve is putting a lot of effort into making Linux gaming accessible, and it's like a domino effect. If Linux gaming is valid, well, now I'm gonna say a cool thing, and now the ads are going. Hold on. Let's wait for the ads to be over before I rant. I think these little gravel splotches are nice. It helps add a lot more texture. Let's fill that in. Okay, we're almost there, guys. I think. I don't know. We might still be pretty far off. I've tried doing terrain stuff before in the editor in Godot, and every time I try, it just never works. I don't know if I'm doing something wrong. I've watched tutorials on how to do it, and I'm like, okay, I'm doing it the exact same way, but it just doesn't work. There are tile set editing stuff like that does need a bit of a update. It's a little janky right now. Okay, that's filled in. It's got like 3 more zones over here to do. Almost, guys. Let's see, I need to do... Boom, boom. Some of these I might also like put rocks and stuff. Like do right here. Boom. Boom. Heck yeah. Okay, 2 more. Best song ever. It's pretty fire. It's funny that it's like a meme song. I do like a lot of the music in God, I'm a fake fan. Earthbound? That's what it's called, right? Or is it Homebound? I can never remember. I'm pretty sure it's Earthbound. I'm pretty sure that's what it's called. Okay. Good. Let's see. Oh yeah, put that guy. Whew. All right, I think that's it. I think we're finally done. Let's load back in. Okay, ads are over. Sorry. So I was about to say a cool thing. It's not that cool. But so if Valve supports Linux, then more people are going to be playing on Linux. That means there's going to be more of a financial incentive for people to develop for Linux. And then there's going to be more of a financial incentive for people to use Linux to develop. And if there's more people using Linux to develop, then there's going to be more people making programs for Linux. So it's like this big butterfly effect where if Steam just makes gaming on Linux a little bit better, then it like snowballs and it just becomes better and better and more accessible. So I'm hoping that's what's going to happen. At least that's my guess as to what's going to happen. I don't know. But I feel like it would make sense. I mean, it's just a simple matter of economics. Like, is it financially worthwhile to make stuff for Linux? And if that answer becomes yes, then there will be stuff on Linux. So, but yeah, anyways. Yeah, so the framing here is looking pretty good. So you can do this, like if you change your window. Ignore this one though, that's... I'm probably gonna set a limit eventually on like the zoom levels of the camera. So if you do like this, instead of it just getting super wide like this, it'll just start zooming the camera in so it stays at like a boundary. I'll do that eventually, but right now I'm not worried about it. Anyway, sorry if I missed anything in here. Let's see. Tracks did quite a bit of Unity, never released anything, but I found Godot to be so much more enjoyable. Yeah. And yeah, like the thing with Godot too, all of the features that get added to Godot like comes out of a place of passion of the community, right? It's not just like a couple people being paid to add stuff in. It's like people that are using the engine are building the engine, right? So I don't know. It's cool. I'm sorry if I missed anything here. I like my Mac quite a bit. Oh yeah, Filter 4 just for Mac. Yeah. I've messed with Mac a little bit. I think my only issue with Mac is just the price of the hardware and stuff like that. It would be cool to use it more, but I just can't afford a new one, and so the one I have is super old and slow, and it's really hard for me to be productive on it. But Earthbound doesn't look fun, but the song's excellent. It never, sparked me as a game I would be interested in. I think for people that like JRPGs, it would be fun. You know, stuff like Undertale and Deltarune. But I've never really been into those games, so I just, it doesn't look that interesting to me. It is a JRPG, right? Let me make sure. Well, it's an RPG made in Japan, so yeah, it's a JRPG. Is a JRPG like a specific distinct genre? It just means Japanese RPG, right? I mean, is there like a distinct difference? I mean, I know JRPGs, are a lot more story focused usually. I don't know. Earthbound on the SNES, the game that Toby Fox modded. Oh, did he mod it? Toby Fox Earthbound mod. The Halloween hack. Whoa. This is like one of his earliest things. Pretty interesting. 2008. Linux is not hard to use. Anyone who might be a Linux, Linux is not hard to use to anyone who might be a Linux hater. Sorry, I'm trying to CMD line things to meme. Yeah, I know, that's not like a real thing. I mean, I've used Linux before, right? It's not like I'm saying that I hate Linux, or I don't hate Linux. But it's not like I'm saying that and I've never touched Linux before. Like I've done stuff on it. I've used like the computers in my university. They're all like the Linux computer lab and stuff. They did have a Windows lab, but I never even bothered with it because the Linux lab was easier. But yeah, I mean, like, it's not bad. It's definitely a solid OS. I just hope that support becomes better for Linux. Like, yeah, people are like, oh, but like over 50% of your programs are supported on Linux. And yes, but I need 100% of my programs on Linux. You know what I mean? I can't go to Linux and only have half of what I actually need. So that's the problem. I mean, I am slowly swapping to a lot of programs that are fully supported on Linux, so there's not really that many more holding me down. You know, I've got Godot is Linux, all the stuff. DaVinci. There's just a couple like Filter Forge that are still problematic. For a long time, Paint.net, you know, I was using, and that's Linux or Windows only, but I don't use Paint.net anymore. I use Krita now because it's better. So yeah, eventually. I need to wait for an alternative for Filter Forge or figure out a different pipeline or something. There is Material Maker, and it's like interesting. I think Material Maker is promising, and I hope that it becomes like a very valid program. It is coming out in 12 days on Steam, so... So yeah, hopefully this will be good. I need to mess with Material Maker more. I think it having a Steam launch... Thank you for the hydrate. It having a Steam launch is going to be really good for support, right, of Material Maker. First off, I don't know if it's going to be free on here. But if it's not, then they're going to be making money that they can spend on improving Material Maker. And also, it's going to be exposed to more people. You're going to probably see a lot more filters being made for it too, right? So I'm hoping it'll become a better program because of it. I think it will. That's a good point. I could probably stop launching into Windows, Godot, Blender, GIMP, or Krita, OBS. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much true. There's not really a bunch of things that... And, like, I guess the only other issue would be gaming. Not every single game is supported on Linux. I do feel like that problem is much better now, especially with, like, Proton. But if you're talking, like, 5 years ago or whatever, before Proton was kind of a thing... Thank you for the hydrate. Then I imagine it would be a little bit more complicated. I'd have to really like look at all of my games and see which ones do support Linux and which ones don't. I don't know if there's an easy way to filter by that. Gamepad support. Not that I'm aware of, but there's accessibility options. Yeah, I don't think there is. But I don't know how I would check all these. I need like a tool or something that reads my library and then automatically tells me. I could totally. Up 2.1 comes out soon. I've been playing it a little bit recently. I need to play more. I guess I'm getting like a save ready to go for 2.1. It's been so long since I've played KSP. I unfortunately did lose all my data in the Great Hard Drive incident. KSP. Thank you for that, hydrate. I think if you were on the OS, you can filter it. On Mac, I can filter to show Mac-only stuff. Okay. Yeah, because I'm not seeing any way in here, at least, to filter. Can I search Linux? No. That'd be kind of weird. Maybe there's like another way I can sort. But as far as I can tell, there does not appear to be. So, it's fine. American Truck Simulator. Is that DLC out yet, dude? I've been waiting so long. Gameplay preview. I can't wait for this DLC for American Truck Sim, guys. You get to drive real trucks. Like normal cars. It's no longer just semi-trucks, which looks insane. I think it would be really fun. I don't know how like the jobs would work with these, but I only want to drive the cars that I can go super fast. That's why. Honestly, I love just racing in this game and going as fast as I can without crashing and dying. It's just fun. I don't know. And they're adding a lot of like supercars and stuff. So it's not just going to be like heavy or light trucks or whatever like these. It's going to be like supercars and stuff. Muscle cars. It's like it's going to be pretty fun. I hope they increase the speed cap in the game so that I can go faster. We'll see what happens. But I'm kind of excited for that. What is this? In-game. There's a bunch of announcements in here. Oh yeah, Indiana. They're working their way east, guys. They're approaching like the East Coast. They still gotta fix the problems with the East Coast though. See what happens. Back in with the trailer actually doesn't feel too far off from real life, especially now that you can slide the trailer tandems. Oh yeah. The funniest thing in ATS to me is that cars stop instantly if you touch them. Yeah. If you're playing co-op with someone, you can just bump a car and tow them out. Yeah, it's really funny. It's a little janky. Yeah, the trailer stuff is pretty accurate. I think I've connected up a trailer once before, you know, for camping. It was a while ago though. But seems pretty accurate. They do have a lot of crazy settings and stuff. I mean, you can like control like the amount, like the pressure inside of your like hydraulics and suspensions, and it's crazy. Like there's so many like different little things you can tweak. Oh yeah, I lost my Mars Stationer's save in the Great Hard Drive incident. Very sad. Anyways. Yeah, I think the coral reef is at a good spot. So I don't know if there's anything else that we would add here. I mean, we talked about doing birds. I could see having like a bird fly across the screen every once in a while. I don't know what seagulls sound like. That's probably what we would have here, I guess. Seagull sound. Okay, they just sound like, you know. I'll need some like coastal ambience now. The ocean, there's no like birds out in the middle of the ocean, so it's just waves, right? If I turn up the audio. But since we're on the coast now, with the coral reef, there's going to be a lot of birds. So we'll have to do that. So right now it just has the ocean ambience. It's not bad necessarily, but I think it could be improved. Okay, look at this. Coral reef is done. Pretty much. Again, I might make a couple minor changes later, but pretty much what I want. So while we got a little bit more time, let's add in a couple fish. So. It's funny how the whoosh sound is the same as StarCraft. Yeah, I just copied that sound over. I'll probably replace it one day, maybe, but maybe. We'll see. Okay, so let's start planning out all the fish for this zone now. Whoa, thank you so much for the bits. 500 bits. That's crazy. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Oh, we gotta get the cafe going. I need like a new effect on the screen for bits. I don't know what it'll be yet. Thank you so much for all the bits. I really appreciate it. Yeah, can I see you on the next one? Hopefully, sounds good. Thank you for coming in. I do appreciate it. Yeah, we'll be live again on Friday, so. You better than me, I hope. So real. Where was the section where I said add coral reef? Oh, yeah, right here. Oh, yeah, and Antarctica. Deep sea moon pool fishing. We gotta do that. That'll be a really cool zone. Oops. Coral reef. All right. What fish are we gonna add? We got the two categories, so fish and pot fish. All right. Very obvious one. Clownfish. Right. Also the parrotfish was mentioned. Which is this guy. He's got a funny mouth. He looks like he's smiling. That's kind of scary. They do look like a parrot, though. They have like a beak. I don't know. He's a crazy guy. Yeah, they eat. Is this real? This looks so fake. You know? I think this is real, though. They just look like that. Yeah, I could see doing a parrotfish. Here, I had some tabs open that had like a bunch of guys. Oh yeah, moray eels. Then for potfish, definitely sea urchins, starfish. Absolutely. There's a lot of guys. There's so many that we get to do here now. We could maybe do a giant sea turtle. Also a whale shark. And maybe some other sharks along with that. Well, I know I have a window here. Let me close some of these tabs, guys. I got too many open. Close that one. Then close all of these. I think it's in here. Okay, so some possibilities. Also, I want to start fleshing out the deep sea zone too. Fish, pot fish. Tripod fish. Probably for the pot fish. Also, we got the flying fish. They're in the pelagic zone, so we'll move them there. Ocean. Flying fish. Also for the jungle, I want to add in the archer fish. So we'll do that. I realize they're called the archer fish because they shoot.
Is most of this?
They shoot projectiles. That's why they're called a archer fish. Oh yeah, some others for the coral reef we can do is the humphead wrasse, also the Goliath grouper. He's a big guy. What are all these random games I have open? Oh shoot. Didn't mean to close all this. Go update patch notes. This content is no longer available. Okay. Thought I had another one open here of another fish we're gonna add. I guess not. Alright. But this already gives us an enormous amount of fish, honestly, and this is like just scratching the surface. So, what are some other like coral reef bottom dwellers? Like technically a sea sponge is alive, right? So we could do that. They would be our first immobile fish. The yellow ball sponge. SpongeBob. We have to have some sponges. We can't forget the sponges. Sponges look a lot like coral. So let's do sponge. This should be everyone's sub icon if you got 5 minutes to do it after the stream. The fish, yeah. We definitely could. I want to do like go through and draw like some borders that we can change the color of, and then replace the central fish with like higher tier fish. So maybe like the last one would be like the pup fish or something. We'll have to figure that out. But that fish is pretty epic. Maybe that's like the... We'll figure out where he could go. So what are some other guys that just live on the floor? Creatures in coral reefs. Here we go. Yeah, sea urchin. You got the sea stars. And we could do multiple different kinds of starfish because there's a lot. Manta rays. Those are pretty cool. Lionfish is a classic. There's so many, guys. What I mean, it is like what? Like 25% of all species live exclusively in coral reefs or something like that in the ocean. It's like ridiculous how much variety there is in the coral reef. There's a couple different guys here. Oh yeah, like an octopus. We got to do that. Actually, an octopus would make sense as a pot fish. Snails. There's probably sea snails. Shrimp. Regular shrimp, not the freshwater variety. We could do that. Oh, like a mantis shrimp. Isn't there also a ghost? Oh yeah, lots of crabs we could do. Oh my god, the list just expands so fast. When you think about, just for a moment, what kind of creatures live there, right? Oh man, we could do seahorses, puffer fish. There's so many fish, guys. Seahorse would probably make sense as a pot fish. Yeah, more crabs would be nice. I think I put down ghost crabs. Those are like these guys. They're little tiny guys. And lots of crabs we could do. Crab. Types of crab. Snow crab, hermit crabs, king crab, which we already did. There's so many. Crabs and coral reefs. What kind of crabs live there? I was able to click the arrow. It's not broken. Yeah, hermit crab. Urchins, sponges, algae. We do a hermit crab. It's these guys. They have a sound. Is that just them scraping on dirt? Like, what is that? But they're a little cutie. I think we got to do a hermit crab. If anybody has ideas for fish, let me know. And coconut crabs. I think those are land crabs, though, right? Yeah, terrestrial crab. Which is kind of weird to think about. That they just walk around on land. That's pretty weird. I don't know why, but my brain thinks that's very strange. That these guys just walk around and are just there. It's kind of scary. Like, imagine you walked outside and this thing was on your trash can. What do you do? But also, coconut crabs don't give me the same feeling as a spider, even though they basically are a spider. I feel like crabs are a little less scary than a spider. They're just little silly guys. My God, this is not real, right? Imagine. Giant coconut crab. It is kind of insane. Fish on a t-shirt when? Maybe one day. The problem with a lot of like merchandise and stuff like that is you typically it's required for you to have like a minimum number of orders to do it. So sometimes it's like you need like 1,000 people minimum to start production. So it doesn't really ever work out unless you have a really successful game. My brain believes I can outrun a crab, but I don't think I can outrun a spider. Yeah. I think I feel that. Like, crabs are very slow and predictable, I feel like, compared to a spider. Spiders are fast and scary, right? Maybe we'll add in the spider crab eventually. These guys are pretty wild. They're very big. Sorry if this is scary to anybody right now. Don't look at the screen. But yeah, they're very tall. I think they're found in pretty deep areas. They're like a couple thousand feet down, I think. Because I was looking into adding these guys, and then I realized, like, oh man, these guys are insane. Depths between 50 and 600, almost 2,000 feet. So deeper parts of the ocean. So I think it'd make more sense to have this creature as something catchable. This is a crazy picture next to a whale bone. It'd make more sense to... Oh, that's in an aquarium. Okay, I thought that was real for a minute. This is crazy. Isn't it crazy that this is like real? It looks like fake. Like this is like something you'd see in like a video game, but it's not. It's a real. Like theoretically, this would be a real place in the ocean. This is in an aquarium, but like there could be a bunch of spider crabs around, which is so weird. But yeah, we'll do one of those eventually. Still feel better about the giant crab looking thing than a fast and big spider. Yeah. Like this guy seems pretty harmless. I mean, he looks scary, but I don't think he's actually scary, you know? I bet he's like really slow. Especially living that deep in the ocean, they probably need to like conserve energy. Is there a video of a spider crab? Like let's go see. They probably move super slowly. Yeah, see, they're just chill. That's the thing with spiders. Spiders have no chill. You know what I mean? Look at this guy. He's just chilling, just munching. Spiders, like, their movements are very unpredictable and sporadic. Where, like, all of a sudden they might just go, like, from stationary to just crawling around, you know? It's like, you never know when they might just snap. But crabs are, like, chill guys. They're just slow, and they, you know, you can see them coming from a mile away. Yeah, these guys are very slow. Their eyes are insane, though. I mean, what is even going on? But yeah, anyways. Yeah, this is a pretty big list of guys. I think some of these will be really easy to draw, like the sea urchin, because it's just a ball with spikes. So let's go do that really quick. There are multiple types of sea urchins, though, which is one thing. So I don't know if we want to do like a particular variant. Oh yeah, sea cucumbers. I almost forgot. And it's the same with starfish. Like, there's not just starfish. There's like 5,000 variants of starfish. So, like, what's the classic one with the long spines, you know? You know the one I'm talking about. Some of these sea urchins are wacky. A regular sea urchin. And irregular sea urchin. What does it mean to be a regular versus irregular sea urchin? I don't know. So a sand dollar counts as a sea urchin. Sand dollars are weird. Their anatomy is also super weird. Like, these are weird organelles. Like, there's like tubes in here. It looks like a factory. It's kind of insane. But what's the, you know, the classic black spiky one? What is that one called? Is it this one? The long spine sea urchin. Typical sea urchin. Do they mean typical as in it's common? Or is like that a thing? Like some sea urchins are... Oh god, what is this? No. That's an insane, insane gif. Wild. Marine life, well, all life really is crazy how varied and weird it all is. Yeah. I think it's just because, like, when I think about creatures, like, honestly, the first thing that comes to mind is just mammals, right? Dogs or elephants or whatever. But, like, that's such a tiny subclass of creatures on Earth when you really think about it. I think that's why it's always so wild to look at, like, the way these things work. Because you realize that, like, mammals are, yeah, such a specific type of animal. And these guys are completely different. They're wacky. Do they even have hearts? Like, what happens? They have hearts. I mean, they must have a heart, right? I don't know. That's the image we were just looking at. Intestines. Oh, those are the intestines in here, which are so weird. The mouth is at the bottom. Where's, like, the hearts and stuff? I don't know. There's gotta be, though, right? Does it have... It must have blood. I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't have a brain. Because brains are kind of like a weird organ. Like, the only animals that need brains are large animals. But, like, a heart, you would assume it has something like a heart, at least. Right? Unless what happens is that it doesn't need... It doesn't have, like... Weird. Does it not have blood? But it has, like, intestines and stuff. Those are, like, eggs or something, right? Do sea urchins have blood? I don't know. Yeah, they do not have a brain. They do not have organs such as a heart or blood vessels. Here, this talks about it. Sea urchin. Heart. Mouth gut tube. Primitive nervous system. 5 tongues and gonads. It's so weird. Yeah, apparently they don't have hearts or brains. Their brain is a simple nervous system around their mouth. Instead of blood, it uses water. It's so wacky. Yeah, it's just insane. Creatures are so diverse. Man. Yo, thank you for the bits, Nick. I appreciate it. But yeah. It's just like, yeah, this guy just doesn't have blood or a heart or a brain. He's just like a completely different. It's just crazy. But he's still alive. Yeah. It's just crazy, man. What is the most common sea urchin? Well, I presume it's the reef urchin or the black sea urchin. This one apparently is the most common. Well, I'll have to do some more research after stream and figure out, like, I just want to do, like, the first sea urchin we add into the game should just be a normal common guy. I'm not 100% sure which one that is. I presume it's like the long-spined urchin like this one. Or, something. Isn't this weird? This doesn't look like it should be alive. That's kind of scary. Though they don't even have brains, so it's not really that scary, I guess. They have no ability to, like, go after you. What is this thing, dude? The brittle star? This thing looks crazy. Oh my god. Is this real? They actually look like that? Alright, guys. That's crazy. Animals are crazy. Sorry for the Godot dumpy again if I had to do it once. No, it's all good. Oh, you also did the big cheese. Big fish. Let's go. Yeah, just a different kind of sea star. Wild. Anyways, I do have to end stream. But yeah, I'm going to research all these and figure out like the specific species I want to do, because I don't want to just add in sea urchin, because it's kind of confusing. It's like, what sea urchin is it though? You know? So, let's raid some Randev. Why not? Because, yeah. Anyways. Yeah, thank you guys for coming in. We'll be live again on Friday, 3:30 MDT. So yeah, feel free to wishlist alert in. It's coming out July 17th, so this month. It's not that far away. We're gonna try and get everything done in time. I don't know what's gonna happen. We still have to get all the achievements done and the soundtrack finished, which is the whole process. It's a lot. But anyways, let's start that raid. Yeah, he's pretty cool. Got the little chickens that pick up his key clicks. Yeah. Yeah, I'm watching it right now. It's crazy. Anyways, yeah, thank you gamers for coming in. I'll see all of you Friday, 3:30 MDT. Yeah. Bye everyone, and be on the lookout for this update. It's coming soon, I promise. I'm not gonna wait too long, because we'll need to play test it and have time to play test the next update. So, all right. Bye everybody. Bye bye.
But how can that? What? But like that shouldn't.